Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Hi. Happy time zones. How are you guys? Now, I don't know Hi Goofy, Goofy Goober. I'm a Goofy Goober. Rock, do 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 do. We're all Goofy Goobers. Rock, do. Sorry, I had to. My bad. Hi, the adopted ginger. Hi. I'm glad I was able to read all of that without stuttering. The goober has invaded the live. Perfect. I love that. Thank you. Hi. Good morning. Hi, hi. Now, I don't know if any of you were here yesterday, but this is a different model than yesterday. This is for today's specific stream. We are deep diving into Alice, the American McGee. Not many people know what or who I am talking about. So that's going to be fun to discuss today. You were the upper moon. I love that. Oh my gosh. How does it feel? Do you have gravity? Or are you like just like flying around? Because that'd be dope. Like, I believe I can fly. Well, is it flying or floating? I can float. Ooh, I haven't seen Demon Slayer. Yeah, I haven't seen Demon Slayer, so I have no clue. Um, but my model will freeze occasionally. It's just my lighting's weird and it does that, but it's okay. Bear with me, okay? I just watched a movie on my birthday. Nice, nice. A niche topic you know nothing about. Yeah, not a lot of people know about American McGee Alice. So I would love to like Helldivers rule. Helldivers does rule. I do play Helldivers, so that's cool. But yeah, so we're gonna get into talking about American McGee Alice and why isn't my timer working? Let me start timer. Okay, and then update goal should work. Nope. Why hasn't it? First cast doesn't count. Okay, cast doesn't count. I've even played that game and I've even played that game in a hot while. The Helldivers or Alice American McGee because they're both I recommend playing. But fair warning, for Alice, it is a very psychological game. A very fun. Like hell I don't count. Cassie's like, excuse you. I count. I make world go boom. I love that. But yeah, so we're gonna be getting into it. For those who don't know, Alice American McGee is this gothic version tale kind of what people know as Alice in Wonderland. Although this is not your average Alice in Wonderland. Let me put it that way. This is not like very lighthearted. This is not that kind of there is various topics. It gets dark, you know, and we'll be watching a video and adding like our 2 cents. Grim dark or just got like grim, you know, like grim. It's not she's not evil. No, that don't get it construed. She is not evil. I mean, well, she does kill someone, but it's justified in a lot of people's opinion. In mostly everyone's opinions, it's all justified. Um so but we will be getting into that. We will be going over a video, a compilation of the psychology of Alice in the makings of it. I love that just TikTok chat is just going off about Helldivers. Your neck hurts, maybe you should get a massage. Or, you know, as the Red Queen would like to say, off with your head. Maybe that's a simple solution to decapitation. You know, that works. I'm kidding. But oh thank you. Thank you, TJ. I'm a demon, I do not die. So yeah, decapitation would be good. It's a good refresher then. It'll just pop off your head for a bit. A permanent solution to a temporary problem, absolutely. Or get a chiropractor. Or just crack your neck. Or lay down and then just like lift your head back up, you know? I think that would you like my crown, by the way? I just found it. Anyways, I grew up when American Me McGee came out. Like I was just born. I was a little baby. Okay. And it wasn't until like I was like, I'd probably say like 7 or something where I went to GameStop. Fun fact, I went to GameStop and this is when they were promoting the game and my mom fell in love with the poster, the promo poster for Alice. And so we bought it and we took it home and I was obsessed with the Cheshire Cat design. He is so cute. Okay, and then like people are gonna be like, oh, okay, yeah, the Cheshire Cat is cute. You guys don't know what I'm talking about. So let me pull up a picture of the poster that I've had since I was a kid and that I'm still obsessed with and that is currently gonna get hung in my room because I love it so much. Good morning. Setting the same sensors. I don't know. Alice is definitely in a darker setting. So instead, I sound big. What do you mean? But anyways, so Alice is in a darker setting. This can confirm the poster hanging in the house. I've seen it. Yeah, yeah. I love this poster. It's one of my favorites. Um, you guys hear my tippy taps. You guys are gonna hear my tippy taps, my tippy tap taps. Save image. Copy image. There we go. We're doing this. I have a Sonic movie poster, but I've oh, that's so cool. But yeah, so the the story behind Alice itself is hi Jacob. Hi Jake. Sorry, I know you like being called Jake. Hi Jake. Um the story behind it is that Wonderland is a place for Alice to use, I guess, in a way of her trauma. Wonderland was at once a safe haven and then became corrupted. It became dark. It became full of her trauma, and she couldn't process the difference between reality and Wonderland. And it is crazy. Okay, we're gonna get into it. There's a whole like hour-long video about the psychosis and the psychology of Wonderland. It is a horror game. It technically it is in that horror game. I was getting she was getting lost in the sauce for sure, for sure, for sure. She couldn't yeah, it's awesome. Okay, hold on. We're gonna get into it. And then we're gonna also talk about the hidden game, the game that we will never see. So I'm so sad about it. Why can't where's my sadness? Nope, that's not my sadness. Where's my sadness? I found my sadness. We're never gonna see the game, and I'm really upset about it because, you know, EA decided, no, we're not gonna do that game. Hi, villain. Okay, okay. Let me, let me. Okay. Uno minuto. I'm pulling up the poster as we speak. Okay, as we speak. The poster's getting pulled up. Okay. Image. We walk for miles with gray and feeling smiles. This is the poster. I know it's really bad quality. I don't know why, but this is the poster I have and that I've had since I was a kid in my house because it's adorable and I love the cat. I know you guys are like, what the fuck is wrong with her? But I personally, the Cheshire Cat in here, it's amazing. I love Alice. I don't know why. I've always been drawn to this game. I've played it. I've played Alice Madness Returns. I do have Alice Madness Returns, and I also found a way to get the original Alice American Wiki, so I have that too. But I wanted to deep dive first into this game, so that way we could understand better the game and the reality behind the game and the makings of it, and then we could play it eventually and you guys would be like, wow, I remember when she talked about this, you know? Yeah? No? Okay. Well, anyways. Oh, and for our Spook-O-Thon, we are just 7 away from a cursed VTuber, meaning I'll just probably, you'll see, I have things in mind. But, so yeah, that's what we're doing today. So we're gonna switch on over and we're gonna get started in the videos and we're gonna deep dive. Okay, Cass, have fun at work. I'm gonna curse the live. I am. I am. It's gonna go, you know? But yes. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3. Whee! Okay. So now I gotta pull up the videos and we're gonna I care to spell you are now a cat. Oh, I'm a cat. Meow. Did I cat right? Oh shoot. I did that wrong. Now let's give in. You cursing live is igniting another grave. Okay. Oh, nice. What are you having for breakfast? Okay. Okay, perfect. There we go. I'm gonna apologize now because we will probably be getting ads more than likely. So this is a good hour long video and we're gonna be going into it, okay? So this is the psychology behind Alice, American McGee, Alice, and Madness Returns. And then we're gonna be going into actually, hold on, is it this one or is it this one that I wanted to watch? Well, we're actually gonna ads. Yeah, I have ads because I don't have a YouTube Premium. Okay, deal with it. Okay, so we're gonna watch this video, and then I kind of want to deep dive into specifically after that the Asylum, which is the Lost game, but we will be getting into that. But right now, we're gonna start with the psychologies of the game. Okay. Let me know if the audio is good for you guys. Okay. I just want to make sure. Welcome back, Kiki! The
Come now, Alice.
barbarian.
It's only a dream.
It's not a dream, it's a memory.
Is this
It
better?
makes me sick.
Now, focus.
I lowered it.
You're floating again. Weightless. A cipher. Relax.
You're welcome!
I'm in hell.
Forget it. Abandon that memory. It's unproductive. Go to Wonderland.
I can't. I'm trapped.
Is this better?
My past.
There's more.
No! I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to mute it every time there's like an ad. I muted it real quick so you guys don't have to hear the ads. Okay. Up more? Okay, I have two different sides saying not even 2 minutes in. I seriously, we're in like 1 minute and then boom, ad. It's gonna get annoying. Okay, I have like 2 of you saying it's too loud and I have 1 of you saying it's like too quiet. Okay, is this good?
No, Alice. Discard that delusion. Forget it. Go to Wonderland.
There are few stories in literary history
She's so
universally
pretty!
recognizable as Alice's Adventures in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. The story of a curious girl.
I've
falling
actually
down
started
a
playing
rabbit
Little
hole
Nightmares
into a whimsical,
yesterday. So
nonsensical
I
world
just
has
started and I might
inspired
play a little more
countless
today. Maybe.
adaptations, with the most prominent one
My love,
being
I can't up
Disney's
it more.
version
It's too
of
loud
Alice
for
in
others. Hold
Wonderland.
on.
But American McGee's Alice and its sequel Alice Madness Returns take a darker path. These games reconstruct Wonderland not as a whimsical escape, but as a gothic manifestation of a fractured mind, an introspective battleground for trauma,
Thank you for
guilt,
lurking.
and madness absolute. Far from the innocent charm of the original story or Disney's sanitized adaptation, this game brutally plunges headfirst into a nightmarish reimagining of Alice's Wonderland, which is now a dark and wicked reflection of her damaged mental state, a place where all things that go bump for Alice collide. Institutionalized in the grim halls of Rutledge Asylum and now under the quote unquote care of Dr. Angus Bumby, Alice has to reconcile her traumatic past
I
with her
love
tenuous
the
present.
style of
As you go
American
through the
McGee's
game,
Alice
you
and
peel back
Alice
the
Madness
layers of
Returns. It's
Alice Liddell's
amazing.
broken mind. Each level is a fractal of her past traumas and her journey through the 5 stages of grief. The characters you meet in Wonderland are ones you will recognize from the beloved book and the Disney movies. But now they are eerie, twisted versions of themselves, and every encounter pushes Alice to face the painful truths that she's been running from or has been forced to run away from. The game masterfully intertwines gameplay with psychological themes, using
It's
Wonderland
amazing.
as both a battleground and a sanctuary for Alice's mind. It is wild that Madness Returns isn't more recognized as one of the most ambitious explorations of trauma and mental health in gaming. How do trauma and mental illness shape Wonderland's evolution? Or de-evolution? What is Wonderland exactly? What do its characters reveal about Alice's splintering psyche? And how does her journey mirror the Victorian society that failed to understand her? My video essay will go beyond and attempt to understand Alice, uncovering her complexities and what makes her so intriguing. Drawing from in-game storytelling, historical context, and real-world psychological theories, as we normally do on this channel, we'll dissect how concepts such as survivor's guilt, dissociation, and Victorian medicine are woven into Alice's journey and how the game reinterprets Carol's original Wonderland through the lens of trauma recovery and self-acceptance.
Can we just say she's so pretty?
So, welcome to the maddening psychology of
Alice, Madness Returns.
major spoilers and uncomfortable topics as we jump down the rabbit hole. And if you enjoy deep dives into these complex characters and the themes they explore, subscribe. Also,
You know what I just
you are
realized?
more than welcome to like the video if you're insane enough to join the Tea Party. After all,
We're all mad here.
Wait a second.
in the year 2000,
Wait a second. Give me a second. I think I have the wrong video. Not even. Okay. So, okay. What I think is this all just the second one? This is. Okay. I've fumbled. I have fumbled. I am so sorry. We're supposed to watch this one. No, that's all the series is. I'm lost because I had them saved and now I'm confuzzled. Okay. Because I feel like I should have you guys learn about the first one and then we'll go into the second one. Give me a uno minuto. Ah, I'm so silly. I can't believe my silliness has got the best of me again. Yes, there's 2 games. There's Alice, the American McGee Alice, which is the first one. And then there's, the second one, which is the one that we were watching the psychology on. But I want to show you guys the first one. Yeah, I know. I'm so silly. I fumbled. Does he talk about the first one too? I've seen the video. I just don't remember. Hold on. Let me just glance. Because there's another one. that talks about a few of them. Okay, because that's the Asylum one that we're gonna watch. Okay, I found the one exclusively about Asylum, which we are gonna watch. So that is a thing that we are gonna watch. Oh, yep. Okay. The first game. Yes. Okay, okay. This is the one. Okay, I'm not tripping. Okay. Thank you, my love. Okay. Awesome. Here we go. So this deep dives into one a bit, and mostly two, because two is the more, I think, of the secrets and more darkness and more we get more revealed in Madness Returns, in all honesty. So this one talks about both, and then I specifically have one for the Asylum itself, which we will get into because I love that one, and I'm really disappointed, but we'll see why I'm disappointed later.
The same year I entered first grade, but about 2 decades before I met my wife, American McGee's Alice introduced us to a version of Wonderland unlike anything seen
Yep.
before. A world twisted by the fragmented psyche of Alice Liddell. It was a groundbreaking reimagining of Lewis Carroll's
Thank you
story,
so much,
transforming
Anime Doki, for
Wonderland
the
into a warped
follow.
reflection of Alice's trauma. But, interestingly enough, Alice Liddell wasn't only a fictional creation, she was a real
Ooh.
person who inspired Lewis's literary works. Carroll, whose real name was Charles Lutwidge Dodgson, was a mathematician, logician, and a family friend of the Liddells. Born on May 4th, 1852, Alice Liddell was the fourth child out of 10, growing up in an
Damn,
environment
out
of
of 10?
privileged academia. She
Yeesh!
met Dodgson in 1856 when he befriended the Liddell family. He often entertained the Liddell children with whimsical stories, and it was during a fateful boating trip on the River Thames that Alice was enchanted by one of his imaginative tales. She urged him to write it down, which ultimately would become the foundation.
Oh,
Your favorite movies are on YouTube.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, a literary
Thank you,
work that has captivated
Sky!
audiences
Thank
for
you!
generations. The same one that we know today. The real Alice,
Chicken
like her
jockey.
fictional counterpart, was curious,
I'm sorry.
imaginative, but Alice's real life was far from magical. She married, had 3 sons, 2 of which were killed during World War I, and then later her husband would pass away, leaving her to face profound loss and hardship alone. She died in 1934. These struggles echo the
Thank
themes
you.
of
My birthday's the
resilience and
19th.
trauma seen in American McGee's Alice
Thank you for
and
the
Alice
rose.
Madness Returns. That's the first and the second game, where the fictional Alice navigates a wonderland reshaped by tragedy. But that's not all. There's a little bit of controversy. You see, Lewis Carroll's relationship with Alice and his behavior raise difficult questions. Because besides being an author, Dodgson was a keen photographer who focused much of his work on children,
Ugh.
including Alice and her siblings. Some of his photos, considered artistic in the Victorian era, depicted young girls in varying states of dress. By modern standards, these images are troubling and raise serious ethical concerns. Historians
Thank you.
disagree on Carroll's intentions. Some argue that his fascination with children reflected Victorian ideals that celebrated childhood innocence, but others suggest more disturbing motives, pointing to his sudden disinterest in friendships with young girls after they reached adolescence, and just the overall intimate nature of his photography. However, his relationship with the Liddell family ended abruptly in 1863, and some
Ooh.
believe it was due to an inappropriate attachment that he may have formed towards Alice or another family member, a concept we're going to talk about soon and see reflected in the game. However, with much of his personal letters and diaries destroyed, there is no clear evidence, leaving his actions and legacy surrounded by uncertainty. Despite these controversies, the connection between Alice and Dodgson produced one of literature's most enduring works. But in the video game, Wonderlands becomes something darker, a reflection of the scars left by a tragedy. This reimagining obscures the boundaries between fantasy and reality, showing how stories can transform and evolve to reflect deeper truths about the human experience. There are actually two games in American McGee's series, with unfortunately a third cancelled one that we will
Not the
never
third.
experience. The first game, American McGee's Alice, was a PC game. From way back then when you used to
I
have to
have
put
it.
CDs into
I
the
have the
computers.
game.
You can't find the first game on Steam. But
I
you don't
found a
actually need to play the
way.
first game to fully understand the story. However, I am going to give a synopsis here. On the 5th of November, 1863, Alice wakes up from a dream about Wonderland to a raging house fire. She escapes, but her parents and her sister Lizzie are killed, leaving her with some serious psychological damage. She's
Mm-hmm.
brought to a place called Rutledge Asylum where several years of treatment fail to heal her. We also see that Alice often retreats mentally to Wonderland, which is now warped because of her trauma. At the heart of that game was a battle between Alice and the Queen of Hearts, culminating in the restoration of Wonderland and seemingly Alice's mind. At the end of the first game, Alice leaves Rutledge Asylum apparently healed, but appearances can be deceiving. The
It's
second
true.
game, and the focus
Hi,
of this
Clunk.
video
Thank you for the
analysis,
follow.
Alice Madness Returns, picks up where the first game left off 1 year later. Though Alice is no longer confined to Rutledge, her journey is far from over. If the first game was about overcoming immediate grief, this one dives deeper into guilt, memory, and the darker truths behind her psyche. Alice is now 19 years old, living in a Victorian orphanage called Houndsditch Home under the care of Dr. Bumby, a psychiatrist who specializes in helping children forget their trauma using hypnosis, an odd form of treatment, and that will come back around to haunt Alice throughout the game. Because the point of this game is Alice has to remember something in particular. She has to remember if she wants to heal. Right from the very start,
Mm-hmm.
Alice's trauma
Yes.
takes hold
I
in
love
horrifying ways,
I love
with
these games.
vivid
I really do.
hallucinations and her unsettling shifts between the grim streets of Victorian London and the chaos of Wonderland. At the heart of her turmoil lies survivor's guilt,
Thank you,
the
Tirt,
cornerstone
for the
of her
follow.
fractured psyche. This guilt seeps into every aspect of her journey, growing more insidious as her story unfolds. Survivor's guilt is the feeling that comes up when you survive a difficult or traumatic experience that others don't. This could be a disaster like a house fire or an accident, but it could actually
Yep,
also happen in
I agree.
situations like escaping emotional or psychological abuse. So, for an example, if you grew up in an abusive home and managed to leave, you might feel guilty knowing your siblings are still stuck in that harmful environment. It's a kind of
Thank
profound
you,
and
Geek, for the
mostly
follow.
irrational sense of responsibility that you take on, but the people who are affected by survivor's guilt often replay these events, even saying things like, "It should have been me." This
Mm-hmm.
emotionally charged torment can manifest in a myriad of other ways, which we will see with Alice as we go along. The term survivor's guilt was coined by American psychiatrist William G. Niederland in the 1960s when studying Holocaust survivors. He noticed that many of them experienced overwhelming guilt for having lived through the horrors that killed others. Niederland's work highlighted the unique psychological burden carried by survivors. And in Alice's case, her guilt is both the driving force and a barrier to her recovery. She believes she's responsible somehow for the fire that claimed her family, even though she has no concrete memory of how it started. This guilt leads her through a dangerous, confusing, and scary journey through her inner world, which is what we witness both in the first and second games. But in the first game, Alice confronts this guilt as a nebulous force.
Mm-hmm.
However, there's a twist. What she believes about that fire, what we thought from the first game, isn't actually the full story. There's a deeper, more sinister truth hidden beneath her memories, and this second game forces Alice to unearth it, and it gives us, the players, a deeper understanding of what actually went down and why.
Mm-hmm.
Survivor's guilt works in tandem with other conditions like post traumatic stress disorder or PTSD, though that term wouldn't exist in Alice's era yet. Coined by American psychiatrists after World War I, the condition is as old as the trauma itself. PTSD happens when you experience an event so distressing that your mind struggles to process it, leading to intrusive memories, heightened anxiety, and avoidance behaviors. And so, when we look at Alice's case, the hallucinations and fractured memories we see are classic PTSD signs. She can't escape the fire, not in London, not in Wonderland. Even her most fantastical visions are tinged with ashes and flames, a constant reminder of the tragedy that she fully hasn't processed yet.
Still a mess. No surprise. Her kin roasted like chestnuts right before her eyes. 10 years in Rutledge Asylum wasted everyone's time. Dr. Bumby won't do better. Still hauling out her questions. The fire, her memory. I deserve consideration, don't I? Who found her new clothes? Who got her a place at Bumby's? Where'd she be without me? On the street, selling her backside. Likes my pigeons, though. She's doled out the odd pound or two. But what I know is worth more than that. Kept her secret, haven't I? Heard her say, "Oh, died on my account, I couldn't save you." I've told her my silence is for sale. Keep. I'm a good sort, really. Not like her nanny, that uppity whore. Or that lawyer fellow Radcliffe took a stupid rabbit. Need money. Warned her I'd tell the coppers if she didn't make a donation to my upkeep. She yells and goes off her head. Does she kinda remember her name? What I heard.
And this can actually amplify feelings of worthlessness, isolation, and depression. With Alice, it also magnifies her heightened vigilance, which you can actually see in the gameplay.
Need a drink. One mouse needs water.
Pretty bears, like you.
Dude, I remember this when I was playing, and oh, it was so epic. Every time I see it. It's a trip, man. It's a trip. This is what I want to be for Halloween this year. It's true. I want it so badly. I just need the outfit.
Very upsetting journey, but I'm rid of Pris, or whatever she's become. At least the place I've landed is somewhat familiar.
About time,
Kitty!
too, Alice.
Blasted cat. Don't try to bully me. I'm very much on edge.
Perfect. When you're not on edge,
Yes.
you're getting
Please
what
do.
speaks.
Please be the
Her
Jabberwocky.
combat abilities,
Please.
for example, and her quick reactions suggest a mind that is always ready for danger even when none is present, a hallmark for PTSD. For Alice, this toxic soup of emotions seeps into every corner of her psyche, corrupting Wonderland into the dark thing that it is now. Her guilt becomes a living, breathing, nightmarish force, symbolized by several elements in Wonderland, but most specifically, the infernal
I love
train.
steampunk Alice. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry.
And her
I'm so
struggles are
sorry.
compounded by the
I have
society
ads.
that
I'm
she
sorry. I
lives
can't.
in. All
I'm
of this,
sorry.
by the way, becomes evident within the first 10 minutes. We meet Dr. Bumby, we see her environment, the hallucinations and the restrictions, and the mentality of Victorian England. This era was not a kind time for those considered mad. Mental illness was poorly understood, often feared and stigmatized. Institutions such as Rutledge Asylum, where Alice was confined after the fire, were overcrowded and more focused on control than healing. And this would have added to her mental illness. At a critical time in her life, instead of receiving patient and proper care, she got isolated, sedated, and even lobotomized later in the game,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll actually see those memories later on. But then enter Dr. Angus Bumby. On the surface, Bumby appears to be a progressive figure, offering care and shelter to orphans who have experienced horrible traumas. He uses hypnosis to help his patients forget their traumatic pasts, promising freedom from their pain. But there's something unsettling about his methods because Bumby doesn't encourage healing or growth, he erases. His obsession with forgetting, with wiping slates clean, feels less like therapy and more like control. And as Alice's story unfolds, we'll see just how dangerous this approach can be and how insidious he really is. But first, we have to
True.
dive in.
Thank
to
you, Turbo,
Wonderland.
for the follow.
Alice's journey into Wonderland begins in a place that at first seems quite peaceful, exactly what you would expect Wonderland to look and feel like. This place she lands first is called the Vale of Tears, and it's lush. It's a floating valley with rivers, vibrant mushrooms, and flowers that seem to welcome her back. It's beautiful. But as with everything in Wonderland, there's something darker right under the surface. The Vale of Tears takes its name from a Christian phrase, Vale of Tears, referring to the struggles and suffering left behind as somebody journeys to a better place. In a religious context, that place would be heaven. For Alice, this veil might symbolize leaving behind
The
her painful
vocal
reality
sword,
in London,
the blade.
orphanage,
I
the
would love
asylum,
that.
her guilt.
I wanna 3D
Wonderland is
print
supposed
it.
to be her sanctuary or
I
her
think it'd be
escape,
really
but
nice.
in
It's
this
so
version
pretty.
of Wonderland, corrupted by her fractured mind, it is anything but heavenly. The first resident of Wonderland she meets is the Cheshire
Kitty.
Cat. The cat has always been an enigmatic figure in Alice's adventures, and in Madness Returns, it becomes a representation of her inner wisdom. It nudges her towards self-discovery, offering cryptic guidance that forces her to confront truths that she would rather avoid. The
True.
kitty doesn't sugarcoat things. It lays out the rules of Wonderland, giving Alice practical advice for survival while subtly reminding her that she already has the strength she needs. For example, the Cheshire Cat introduces Alice to weapons and game mechanics like the iconic Vorpal Blade or the magic potion that can help her shrink and find secret
Shrink.
pathways. And this is perfect because, of course, the piece of the
No,
Vale of
the
Tears doesn't
Cheshire
last
Cat's
too long.
design
The
is
first
so
signs
freaking
of
cool.
corruption appear in the form of grotesque
They have a
enemies,
plush
like
of
the
him,
insidious
and I
ruin.
want it so
These twisted
badly.
creatures, greasy with mechanical slime, are unnatural invaders born of corruption. As Alice moves deeper into the Vale, the corruption becomes more obvious. At one point, she encounters a statue of herself, crying streams of black ooze. It perfectly showcases the duality of Wonderland, beautiful on the surface but corrupted underneath. And so the Vale of Tears represents the first stage of grief, denial. It's peaceful, beautiful, gorgeous, absolutely tranquil on the surface.
I
but
love
it masks
her
so much
steampunk
horror.
outfit. Isn't it stunning?
From relieving roughness
Stop.
to soothing skin.
I'm so sorry. We're just gonna let these
Beneath. Wonderland itself is a dissociating coping mechanism, which represents Alice's refusal to face the full weight of her pain. But that denial will come crashing down soon enough because
they
the
really
infernal train
do.
will make her face truths that she's not ready for.
They do
The
overcharge
train
for premium.
barrels through Wonderland like an unstoppable force of destruction. It represents Alice's insanity, her train of thought, if you will. Self-created torment is a cruel paradox, and it's a way survivors of trauma try to regain control, but it often ends up deepening their wounds. Now for Alice, and for many in the real world, this torment manifests as extreme punishment, all rooted in the aftermath of trauma.
Choo-choo.
After a traumatic event, Survivors often feel disconnected from who they once were, saying things like, I feel dead inside, or I don't recognize myself anymore. And it's not just emotional, it's actually neurological. Trauma can throw off the brain's default mode network, or DMN, which is like the brain's autopilot for self reflection, memories, and imagining the future. Now, normally the DMN kicks in when your mind is relaxed, like when you're daydreaming or thinking about your future. It helps you make sense of who you are and how your past connects to your present and future. When you focus on something like doing homework or playing a video game, the DMN takes a back seat so your brain can concentrate. But trauma, especially in conditions like PTSD, disrupts this system. The DMN becomes disconnected, like a playlist that keeps skipping tracks, making it harder to feel grounded or connected to yourself. This can lead to feelings of alienation, as if you've lost touch with your sense of identity or your place in this world.
Yep.
So, when trauma becomes unbearable, survivors will often turn to self created torment in order to cope. They might poke at an emotional wound by reliving every detail in their head, or they might berate themselves for not doing more in their hopeless situations. If you're a survivor of guilt, you might also put yourself in an unsafe or harmful situation, either consciously or unconsciously, because you view your punishment as a form of cosmic justice. This pattern is often seen in relationships where people who grew up in abusive or unstable environments unintentionally find themselves in similarly harmful dynamics as adults. If abuse or neglect was part of your early life, whether you watched it happen between your parents or if it happened to you, it can shape your understanding of what love and connection look like. Familiarity feels safe, even if it's painful, so you might actually subconsciously gravitate towards relationships that mirror the dysfunction that you grew up with. This can create a tragic cycle where
I
the
know, not
person
the rabbit. I
internalizes the
know,
belief
dude.
that they
It
deserve
gets
mistreatment or
dark,
that
man.
they can't escape it, reinforcing feelings of unworthiness or helplessness.
Things happen.
Breaking free from this pattern requires more than simply recognizing it. It involves healing the deeper wounds, actively going out of your way to heal those wounds that made it feel inevitable for you in the first place. In Alice's case, the black ooze, the infernal train, and her distorted enemies all represent ways in which her mind punishes her for surviving the fire that killed her family, and her sessions with Dr. Bumby aren't helping. In fact, if anything, they're making it worse. But before we learn how, we need to explore the second stage of grief, anger.
Appearances, as you know better than most, can be deceiving, Alice.
True.
Much has changed since your last visit.
Dr. Bumby says change is constructive, that different is good.
Different denotes neither bad nor good, but it certainly means not the same. Find the Hatter, Alice. He knows more about different than you.
But does he know more
Yes.
about the difference between bad
Yes.
and good?
The steampunk in this is
Friends, Alice.
amazing.
You're as randomly lethal and entirely confused as you ever were.
I've managed without you so far, Cat. Return to whatever hovels home to you. I'll call if I need you.
Predictably rash. It's not a question of if, Alice, it's when. Now hold on, and as they say, shut up.
So typical.
And so, we go from the lush greenery and beautiful landscapes of the Vale of Tears to the industrial, mechanical, metal wasteland of Hatter's domain.
Yep.
Everything here is harsh and
All of the
disjointed,
steampunk
a chaotic
stuff.
reflection of Alice's mental. Here, we see the gameplay mechanic that is both fascinating and disturbing, called Hysteria Mode.
Yep.
This mode grants Alice invincibility for a short time.
Do you see
making
the
all
March
of her
hair in the
weapons more
back? Just his
powerful
big
as well.
head.
It activates when you're on your last rose of health, and it triggers with a blood-curdling scream, followed by the world turning black and white and Alice's eyes bleeding. Quite literally, Hysteria Mode is when Alice is at her breaking point, where her anger, pain, and determination explode in a violent surge. The bleeding eyes in Monochromatic World
Mm-hmm.
showcase the rawness of her emotions, showing us that she's been pushed to her absolute limits.
The
It's a
designs
state of
and purposes
survival,
of each
terrifying,
thing is
unhinged, and
amazing.
unstoppable. In many ways, this is Alice taking control of her own chaos,
Yep.
using it as a weapon to confront her enemies, both external and internal. The term hysteria carries a dark and troubling history, particularly in Victorian England, where it was often used as a catch all diagnosis to pathologize women's emotions and behaviors. At a
I'm so sorry.
norms demanded women remain passive and submissive. If you, a woman, had any display of anger, frustration, sadness, or even independence, you were labeled hysterical. This diagnosis served as a tool to silence and control women, reinforcing the patriarchal structures that denied them agency. Rooted in ancient Greek medicine, hysteria was believed to result from a dysfunction of the uterus, an idea that lingered into the 19th century. It was frequently applied to women experiencing anxiety, depression, or unexplained physical symptoms, and treatments were often degrading and ineffective, ranging from enforced rest and isolation to institutionalization. These practices not only ignored the underlying causes of distress, but also perpetuated the stigma surrounding women's mental health. Modern psychology has abandoned the term hysteria, recognizing it as outdated and sexist. And today, many of the symptoms once attributed to hysteria are more accurately understood within the frameworks of anxiety disorders, trauma responses, or somatic symptom disorders, reflecting a more compassionate and evidence based approach to mental health. Alice's experience mirrors this history in many ways. Her anger, her
My brain's
trauma
making me
are
crazy.
all
Victorian
dismissed as
dumbasses.
madness. So now she transforms it into a symbol of power. In this mode, Alice isn't fragile or broken, she is ferocious. She carries this ferocity throughout the stage as she helps Mad Hatter retrieve his limbs.
No. Wake! No. Bad dream. A blasted good night.
Hatter, I recall leaving you in a
No, the enemy designs are
in
insane.
pieces.
Oh, it's you.
What's happened here? You've lost your hat, and some parts are missing.
Missing indeed, though things being what they are. I barely missed their missing. As to what's happened, you should know that better than I. It's your place after all. I know my place.
When did you ever know your place, or how to keep it? Now what's going on?
That's going on. The world is upside down, Alice. Inmates run the asylum. No thanks. And worst of all, I've left tealess.
Tragic. If I do help, will you help me in return?
Cross my heart. If I
Yeah, they
can.
dismantled the
But
Hatter.
find
Yes.
them and toss them
He
into the
gets
soup.
dismantled.
Machines will do the rest. Be on your way now. That's a good girl. Best way out is through the crock face.
Mr. Hatter himself is a pitiful figure, literally torn apart by his former friends, the March Hare and Dormouse. And this image of the Hatter is not unlike Alice's own mental state, dismembered and disorganized. But she helps him retrieve his limbs and piece him back together, in the same way that she wants to put herself back together, even as the anger clouds her judgment.
Yes,
and vision.
by his
And yet,
friends.
the Hatter would
Yep.
still refuse to give Alice the straight answers she wants. He just jibber jabbers nonsense and speaks in riddles, which infuriates Alice even further. But when the March Hare and the Dormouse appear and threaten Alice's progress, the Hatter goes berserk and attacks them both.
Yep.
His sudden rage stems from two things: his friends releasing the infernal train and their betrayal of Alice. And it seems odd that Hatter, who in the first game was unwilling to help and would actually fight Alice for a good chunk of that game, took such a step. But fascinatingly enough, Survivor's Guild often creates strange and contradictory emotional landscapes. People who
Yeah.
carry guilt have to deal with self hatred and feelings of unworthiness, but despite this internal turmoil, there's also an instinctive drive to survive. In this moment, the Hatter's protective instincts take over, proving that even the most chaotic, bitter, and angry parts of Alice are still fighting for her survival. The Hatter represents the bitter, broken, and angry part of Alice, a mess of conflicting emotions, but when faced with a direct threat, self preservation kicks in. The Hatter's act, while violent, also reflects a critical step in Alice's journey. It's a cathartic release of anger, a recognition that some parts of her mind, like the betrayal of March Hare and Dormouse, must be destroyed for her to make any meaningful progress. As the Hatter's domain collapses, Alice wakes up in the real world, pulled from the River Thames by the sailors. This brief
Isn't it?
interlude into Victorian England reminds us that there is a whole other world, the real.
Okay, well, we're gonna
Very dry, tight, sensitive
why
skin.
these
We'll leave it in
ads
60
here? I'm
seconds.
so mad about this. Okay, so what I love so much about the way American McGee Alice is functioned is that so much love and depth and planning was put into every single aspect of this game. The lore, the story, the animations tell stories. You know what I mean? Like the art style itself is a story. And it is just stunning. It is amazing. And it's honestly, it's so sad that it's mostly forgotten and not a lot of people know about it. Okay? So, yeah, the way it dives in, the way it works, stunning.
That Alice is completely disconnected from, and she has to fix Wonderland if she truly wants to be grounded in this reality. Not that this reality is any better.
Saints be praised that he works in mysterious ways. Got plans for her.
Take her over to the Mangled Mermaid. Rent a bed.
Hard to woo a girl mixed abroad.
The Mangled Mermaid is a filthy tavern, and it acts as a tiny glimpse into the brutal reality of the world that women faced in Victorian England. As for many women, especially those without family, money, or status, there were very few choices. Girls who found themselves orphaned, like Alice, were pushed to the edges of society and forced to use their bodies as currency in order to stay alive. Even when women managed to earn money for themselves, whether it was through factory work or sex work, they rarely got to keep it. Pimps, landlords, and self-proclaimed protectors would step in and take whatever they could, stripping these women of what little control they had over their lives. And refusing them wasn't an option either, because disobedience was met with threats, violence, or worse.
Yep.
Again, it's another part of an entire system designed to keep women powerless and dependent. And the game makes no effort to sugarcoat this reality. Women, especially in the slums, were seen as disposable objects left with no rights, no opportunities, and no way out. And when Alice stands up for one of the women in The Mangled Mermaid, she gets knocked out.
Yep.
She hurt me feelings.
The boo-hoo.
And as she goes unconscious, once more surrounded by blazing fire, we leave the dark, fractured society of Victorian England and helldive into the dark, frozen world of Wonderland.
Helldive.
This time in a new region, Tundraful. Tundraful is a desolate, frozen wasteland, but it marks a shift in Alice's journey.
Yes, Helldive.
She encounters
Exactly.
characters like the Mock Turtle and the Carpenter, whose quests symbolize the next stage of grief, bargaining. Each of these characters asks Alice for help, offering promises of guidance or salvation in return, bargaining with her. The Mock Turtle, now a ship's admiral, recounts his former job as a station master on the Looking Glass line, telling Alice how the infernal train disrupted Wonderland's delicate balance.
The second,
Meanwhile, the
through the
Carpenter
Looking Glass,
enlists
hear the
Alice
super
into
earth
another
music.
series
Yep.
of increasingly frustrating errands. In Alice Madness Returns, the Walrus and the Carpenter are portrayed as twisted versions of their literary counterparts, embodying themes of exploitation and corruption in Alice's disturbed mind. After she completes her tasks, the Carpenter and Walrus enact their grotesque and dark play, highlighting their roles as manipulators and consumers of innocence. The Walrus eats everyone during the play as a representation of gluttony and
like
indulgence.
he did in the original
His actions
Disney one.
symbolize the destructive
People
nature
forget
of
that.
unchecked appetite, both literal and metaphorical. The play itself is a twisted performance orchestrated by the Carpenter, with the Walrus as his partner in crime.
So I'm going to pause right here because do you guys remember Disney's original Alice, the animated one? Do you remember the Walrus and the other guy? I forgot, the Carpenter. Do you remember how they literally ate, or the Walrus ate all of those baby, like, what were they, like mussels or something, like clams? That scene was so fucked up. Okay, first of all, and what the heck, Wonderland? Okay, really? Yeah, that's what he does. He tricks the Carpenter or something, and the Walrus eats them all for himself. Okay? Yeah, no, weird as hell. So what I loved, because in the Tim Burton rendition of Alice in Wonderland, the Walrus and the Carpenter are not even there. They're not even part of the story. Okay, not even looked on. But in Alice, in this game, look how they incorporated and actually use that part of like the book itself, because it's also in the book, okay? And they twisted it and they made it as dark as it should be, because it's not lighthearted, it's not silly, it's not funny, it's wild. Okay, I'm sorry, I get passionate because this is it was fucked. It was fucked. So this, like, when I saw this like first playing, every time I saw the butter in Alice in Wonderland, it made me really no, yeah, okay, that butter in Alice in Wonderland though was dope butter. Okay, I don't even like butter, but I'd have that butter. Anyways, but yeah, so I appreciate them actually adding this in and showing how dark it actually is, and also finding a way to tie it into mental state of Alice. Amazing.
Carpenter lures the unsuspecting sea creatures to participate in the play, promising them entertainment and purpose. However, it's all a facade, as the true purpose is to satisfy the walrus's insatiable hunger. This scene reflects Alice's perception of manipulation and betrayal in her own life. The walrus's consumption of the innocent sea creatures can be seen as a metaphor for how innocent individuals are exploited and consumed by more powerful, selfless entities. It also
Stop with the
I spent all off-season best.
Highlights the idea of false promises and the dangers of being led astray by those who seem trustworthy but have hidden harmful intentions. In Alice's mind, the actions of the walrus and the Carpenter serve as a cautionary tale about the destructive potential of greed and the ease with which innocence can be devoured by deceitful forces. And all of this is important because this mirrors Alice's struggles with trust, manipulation, and the harsh realities of her own trauma-filled life. But in regards to the stages of grief, the Carpenter embodies the futility of bargaining. Bargaining comes up during grief as a desperate attempt to regain control over an uncontrollable situation. You try to exercise some control where there is none because you can't handle the helplessness of the situation. You let go of your anger and you try to bargain with God or whomever, hoping that the more diplomatic approach is going to make a difference. It's a natural human response to trauma. When everything feels like it's falling apart, clinging to even the smallest shred of control can be a lifeline. But it doesn't work. Not for us, and certainly not for Alice. Wonderland's inhabitants, much like Alice's mind, fail her continuously. The Carpenter abandons his pledge to help, forcing Alice to confront the truth that no one, not even familiar figures of Wonderland, can save her. As a final act, though, the Carpenter redeems himself by throwing himself in front of the infernal train when it comes crashing in, allowing Alice to continue her journey and find the caterpillar. In Alice in Wonderland, the caterpillar has always symbolized transformation, and his role in Madness Returns is no different. Alice would return to London, walking over to the house of Radcliffe, the Liddell family's lawyer. His home is filled with Asian objects blending Japanese and Chinese elements. I'm not sure why they couldn't just pick one. Japan and China are two different countries.
He likes them
Alice
both.
would walk
Okay,
into
he's
Radcliffe's
weird like
office, where
that.
she would find her teddy bear, but she would also find Radcliffe. Radcliffe would get defensive and accuse her of being mad, stating that the fire that killed her family started because their cat knocked over the lamp in the library. But he would take it even a step further, accusing Alice of being a pyromaniac, insinuating that Alice started the fire and killed her family.
Wow.
Let's hear about the fire again. All the mad child wants to talk about. My report found her family dead by misadventure. She won't accept it. It goes on and on about her killing memories and her need to know the truth. The alleged truth is, the fire began in the library when the cat knocked over a lamp. The blaze trapped her parents and sister upstairs. Sister Lizzie never even unlocked her door. Died in her bed. The guilty cat always sets her off. She denies it. Makes no sense. It can't be, etc. Agreed. From the outset, Alice was my candidate for the pyromaniac. The girl had a fixation with fire. I once remarked that I thought she might have had a larger role in causing the tragedy. She suffered some sort of psychotic episode.
As Alice blacks out and then comes to, she finds herself in a dilapidated version of the house. Stepping outside and walking through the streets of Victorian London, she would see the world in a cataclysmic state as the infernal train flies by. Going through the ruinous hellscape of the Vale of Doom, Alice would find the voice of the caterpillar, who would encourage her to let the smoke envelop her as she shrinks and enters the mysterious
Yeah, victim blaming is crazy. It goes hard in this game. Victim blaming goes hard here. It's insane. And the gaslighting. Don't even get me started on the gaslighting.
Adults assault children with that adage. Usually while they've got a pipe stuck in their mouths.
I won't ask you to inhale. Let the smoke envelop you.
YouTube Premium.
Would you stop? I don't want YouTube Premium because you're expensive. Sorry, not me getting mad at YouTube ads. I'm so sorry.
As Alice journeys through the mysterious East, the shift in
I
visual
unmuted.
style feels deliberate, drawing on the Victorian fascination with Asia, which was often viewed by them as exotic, mysterious,
Yes,
and
it was just quiet.
otherworldly. It's likely that this part of Wonderland was
Yeah,
influenced
no,
by
it's
the
crazy. And you should see the
interactions
outfit
with
she gets for this.
whose
Yeah, there
home
it
was
is.
filled with those
Isn't
Asian
it cute?
artifacts. This
I love all
fusion
of the outfit
reflects
designs.
Alice's own imagination, reshaping what she's seen from that house into something as surreal and bizarre as Wonderland itself.
Look at how
Interestingly
cool this
enough,
part
could
is.
also be a nod to the creator's own infatuation with Asian culture, because American James McGee's wife is Chinese.
She is.
Perhaps he wanted to dedicate something in his creation to his wife. I get it. I love my wife. Here, the dark realistic tones
Isn't
give
it?
way
I
to
just it's
vibrant,
amazing.
stylized colors as we
I
hear the
love
voiceover
the
of the Cheshire
outfits.
Cat
I do.
turn introspective. Now, when Alice finally reaches
My
the
goal
caterpillar,
one day is
his
to have
words
all
cut
of
to
her
the heart
outfits
of
like
her
in real
struggle.
life. I need her first one, which is on my wish list. I hope to get it soon.
Find a simulacrum.
If I had the time, I'd detail how often you prefer dealing with illusions rather than the real thing. Problems you refuse to deal with don't exist. You deny reality.
That's not right. I know what's real.
No, and you allow others to tell you what isn't real. Now, come inside.
Ooh. Cocooning.
I can't help Wonderland if I can't help myself.
Much has changed, but you've got it backwards. Save Wonderland and you may save yourself. The carpenter was onto something, but he was hiding from the real. Your goal is to accept it.
This perfectly captures the struggle between denial and acceptance. The caterpillar forces Alice to confront her tendency to escape into Wonderland rather
Mm-hmm.
than face the painful truths of her past, something she will need to do if she wants to save herself. He also guides her towards the Queen, foreshadowing a very pivotal moment for Alice. The caterpillar represents the voice of reason within Alice's mind, urging her to move beyond the illusions of Wonderland and face the reality of her trauma by facing the Queen of Hearts. It seems that the heart is where the most crucial memory lies, and Alice must get to it before Wonderland falls apart. So, Alice's next stop is Queensland, a place steeped in memories of her first adventure in Wonderland. She quite literally tears through the White King to enter the castle after he warns her to not attempt to fight the executioner.
Oh, this is sick. This is awesome. By the way.
Unrelenting and unstoppable is another manifestation of her deepest guilt and self-hate. All of the skills and strategies that she's relied on thus far can't help her now because these are things you just can't fight or fix with strategy or violence. They will require a different kind of confrontation, one that involves growth and perspective instead of brute force. In the fight, Alice is forced to run away repeatedly, dodging the executioner's attacks while navigating the winding pathways of the Queen's domain. It's not that she doesn't want to fight, because she would much rather prefer a fight. It's just that in her current state,
No, for
she
sure.
lacks the emotional strength to face this particular aspect of her psyche head on. Running is all she can do right now because there is a part of her that feels way too small or powerless to take on these colossal feelings of guilt. And so she runs and runs until she reaches the maze and finds a cake. Just the tools she needs.
I love
And when
all
she
of her
consumes
outfits.
she grows, both literally and figuratively. Alice taking a page out of Ant-Man's book is more than just a gameplay mechanic here. You see a
I love
moment
this
of
part.
symbolic
It was one of my
empowerment.
favorites.
By becoming bigger than the executioner, Alice visually and emotionally rises above her guilt and doubt, giving her new perspective so that the executioner, once towering and insurmountable, is now dwarfed by Alice and crushes him with her foot without breaking a sweat.
I love this. Just look at her face. Its face. Its face is so funny.
When you shop in the Vons,
I'm so sorry about these. You know what? We're just gonna be here. I'll just skip them.
It's so simple.
Easy.
I mean, it's easier said than done, but it's relatively simple, right? And that's why it's so important. It means that once you gain new perspective, once you have this growth mindset, the act of letting go becomes easy. It's the lead up to that moment that is the struggle. By gaining clarity and reclaiming her sense of self, Alice dismantles their power over her, showing that the path to healing isn't about overpowering these emotions, but about growing beyond them. Having finally conquered her guilt and self-loathing, Alice can see clearly now. And she will need this clarity as she comes face to face with the Queen of Hearts, which is her sister, Lizzie. In the first game, the Cheshire Cat told Alice, quote, "You are two parts of the same," referring to the Queen of Hearts. She represented Alice's self-loathing and fractured identity. In Madness Returns, Lizzie's face on the Queen deepens this connection, embodying Alice's guilt and grief over her sister's death. Lizzie has gone from being a sister to an imposing and formidable figure in Wonderland, forcing Alice to confront her memories and look at the world for what it is. And the Queen, / Lizzie, does this by unlocking major portions of Alice's mind, now that she's actually ready to hear it. The question, who benefits from your madness, plunges Alice into a flashback, the most important one. We finally start getting the clarity we've been looking for. But Alice would find herself back in Rutledge Asylum again, reliving the horrors of her institutionalization, straitjacket, lobotomies, and leeches used in cruel treatments. In this hallucination, she sees Tweedledee and Tweedledum, the Tweedles, or the orderly Tweedles, who represent the dehumanizing, brutal nature of the treatment Alice endured at the asylum. Their disjointed banter and unsettling appearances mirror the disorienting and invasive nature of the so-called therapies Alice was subjected to. In her mind, the twins are a manifestation of her feelings of powerlessness and cruelty, how Alice was stripped of her agency and dignity during her time in the asylum. Their banter is nonsensical and dismissive, just like the lack of understanding and empathy Alice experienced from the people who were meant to help her. But there's something else. The truth about the fire. She remembers what she's repressed for years. The fact that she saw a man enter the house just before the fire. You see, at some point, Alice was told that Lizzie locked her door and so she was trapped. But Alice recalls that Lizzie never locked her door, which means somebody else locked her in, and that Lizzie was probably dead before the fire, and that strange man set the house ablaze to cover his crime. These deeply buried memories, long hidden within her psyche, erupt with unrelenting force, overwhelming Alice and compelling her to face the full weight of her trauma head on. It seems that with every major discovery or trauma, Alice switches worlds. This time, she finds herself in the hallucination of a foggy park. She comes across this mangled, grotesque doll, but before she has time to process the meaning of this encounter, she's once again plunged into Wonderland, but this time into the dollhouse. And
Love the
here is where
outfit
things
again.
take a much, much darker turn, bringing us to the fourth stage, depression. The dollhouse is a nightmare brought to life. The word
it's so sad.
patchwork doll takes on a whole new
sad.
meaning here. With dolls that should be comforting looking broken, decayed, and just unsettling. They wander aimlessly, their disjointed movements and eerie smiles acting as symbols for the parts of Alice that have been shattered. And there is one man who fits the description already. Just as the doll maker strips the dolls of their remaining humanity, Bumby deprives children of their memories, turning them into blank slates. We just don't know why he's doing this yet. But this horrifying reflection pushes Alice further into her despair. This is depression. The realization that denial, anger, bargaining are futile, and though you have more clarity, that clarity isn't necessarily comforting. If anything, you kind of wish you could go back to any of the earlier stages because, at least in those stages, there is a sliver of hope, however misguided. But depression takes all of that away. Depression signifies surrender, not the kind that leads to peace, but the kind that comes from being utterly drained, exhausted. It's the moment when you stop struggling because you've convinced yourself it doesn't matter.
I just lost my dad.
Would you stop with your ads?
Claire can never.
For Alice, it's the point where the pain becomes so unbearable, and she begins to question if she even has the strength to continue. Deep in her psyche, Alice finally finds the answer. It was Dr. Bumby who set the fire to their house. At the time, he wasn't a doctor yet, but he was harboring a twisted obsession with Lizzie. Lizzie was absolutely uncomfortable and did not like him coming around.
Claimed I'd stolen his heart, trifling with his affections, creepy sod, touching me, told Papa to never invite him to tea again.
His so-called love was a sick, demented, vile fixation on somebody far too young to be the object of anyone's desires. You can finally see how the controversy of the real world, Lewis Carroll, the author, controller of Wonderland, seeps into this mirror world. When Lizzie, a child, rejected his advances, his sick and selfish rage consumed him, and he entered her room, locking the door, and did unimaginable things.
My Lizzie, what is this train's destination?
Madness and destruction. You shouldn't ask questions you know the answer to. It's not polite. And that noise wasn't Lizzie talking in her sleep.
Oh, no! Oh, poor Lizzie!
And there are no centaurs in Oxford. Make your survival mean something, or we are all doomed!
Man, poor
Despite being
Lizzie.
gaslit into believing that Lizzie had her door locked, and as a result was trapped in her room during the fire,
Yep.
Alice would remember that Lizzie hated locked rooms. Bumby destroyed Lizzie, and by extension, Alice. This horrifying revelation kicks Alice into full gear, and things in Wonderland start to make sense. And now, the source of the corruption of Wonderland finally gets a face. The face of Dr. Bumby, or a corrupted, warped, twisted version of it anyway. And now we understand why Black Sludge has been invading Wonderland, because it turns out that black ooze is representation for the bile that Bumby spits, the words sliming his way into Alice's mind as he tried to make her forget what he did.
Am I not the most wretched and selfish of fortune's fools? Oblivious, I live in a training ground for prostitutes. My mentor is an abuser and purveyor. I've been complicit with my sister's murderer and the killer of my family as he corrupted my mind. I sought relief from my pain and you turned me away from the truth.
You are almost there, almost free from what you fear. You could have been cured. You could have forgotten.
Abandon the memory of my family.
They are dead, and you should be too.
You misbegotten abomination. Murderer, you...
Yes, I am live. Hi, Night.
The abuse.
I provide a service. In the great and awful metropolis, appetites of all sorts must be gratified.
My family, my mind, the infernal train.
The train is your invention, your defense. I merely set its schedule and itinerary. The train is coming with its shiny cars, with comfy seats and wheels of stars. So hush, my little ones, have no fear.
I've been good.
In the moon is the engineer.
I'll stop that train if it's the last thing I do.
As you wish.
Yeah, all of it looping back to the dock is insane.
The Dollmaker is talking about even now.
Oh, okay, so this is Alice, Madness Returns. This is the second game of the American McGee Alice series, but it is amazing and it's forgotten and not many people. I have the first two. Oh my god. I have the first and the second. Yes, I do too. Oh my gosh, awesome. I do want to play them on stream, but I didn't think people would know what it is, so I wanted to do a deep dive of both of them before I started playing them as a series. Oh no, the second one had a major upgrade, okay? Massive upgrade, and the lore is 10 times more. Okay, we are towards the end of it, but we're also going into the Forgotten Third, okay? The one that we will never see, and we will get into that when it's there. Better graphics,
But
absolutely.
It doesn't sound good. The Dollmaker turns Alice into a doll, but with a burst of energy, she manages to break free. What follows is a constant switch-up between Alice's confrontation with Bumby and her navigating a new realm in Wonderland.
I played
the
both,
Infernal Train.
Ball. Amazing. Both of them are amazing, and I have both, and I want to play them again.
A tasty bit. Clients out the door waiting for a piece from a raving, delusional beauty with no memory of the past or no sense of the future. But you wouldn't forget. You insisted on holding on to your fantasies. You're mad, like your sister.
Don't speak of her. You didn't know her.
Your sister was a tease, pretended to despise me. She got what she wanted in the end.
Ew.
Information tumbles out bits at a time. All
Ooh,
of it is
have
traumatic
fun at
and
work.
terrifying for Alice's young sensibilities.
Stupid ads!
Yet, it's crucial for her to power through this and fix Wonderland.
Yeah, right? Calling a
Dr.
child a
Bumby
tease
has
is
been using
fucking
the Hound's
wild.
Ditch home as a cover to prey
Thank you
on
for the
vulnerable
follow.
children, erasing their memories using hypnosis and leaving them trapped in a state of detachment from reality. And in their dissociation, these
Disgusting.
children are turned into mindless sex slaves, or
Ugh.
perfect products, as Bumby likes to call them.
Ugh.
From the start, hypnosis is central to Dr. Bumby's practice, but it quickly becomes clear that
Very
he
ew.
wields it not as a tool for healing, but as a means to keep children submissive and under his control. Now, in real life, ethically, hypnosis can be a powerful tool in trauma recovery. When used responsibly by a trained professional, it can help people
Exactly.
access repressed memories, process unresolved emotions, and alleviate symptoms of PTSD. However, it relies on trust and care to ensure it fosters healing. In the wrong hands, as with Bumby, hypnosis becomes a weapon. Instead of
Honestly,
guiding recovery,
same.
it can be twisted to suppress autonomy, erase
Same.
truths, and manipulate the vulnerable.
The first game was so
Bumby's
fun.
goal isn't to heal, it's to strip children of their identities and reduce them to blank slates, primed for exploitation by the buyers he supplies. In Bumby's distorted worldview, this isn't just acceptable, it's an opportunity. He doesn't see the destruction he causes, he only cares about the profit it brings. So the objective now is finally clear. Eliminate the Dollmaker, get rid of the corruption once and for all. A battle ensues, with Alice throwing everything she's got at this malevolent, creepy, mangled figure. It takes place in the Infernal Train, which so far has symbolized Alice's unresolved trauma, her thoughts, her repressed memories, a relentless force threatening to destroy her identity. This train, it's been a manifestation loaded up with Alice's self-destruction, her inner chaos, guilt, pain, but also, namely, Bumby's corruption. Battling the Dollmaker in this location brings it all full circle, getting Alice back on track. With her having gone through 4 stages of grief, she now has new perspective. And this is the final stage of grief, acceptance. Alice has accepted her situation, and with that comes the clarity and confidence to face your fears and grief head on. And that's exactly what she does. During this showdown, the Dollmaker uses his hands to taunt Alice, as children sometimes do, and at times gropes and shakes her, most likely referencing how the children are treated once their minds are wiped clean. And when she finally kills him, there
The
is
gameplay
a
is
release.
nice. I personally
Alice
love
steps
playing.
back into
Like,
reality
I want to
and
play again
confronts
so
Bumby at the
badly.
Moorgate train station, but it's her word against his. Alice already has a reputation as a mad child and a troublemaker. Dr. Bumby, on the other hand, is an upstanding citizen, a doctor
True.
running a home for orphans. Which one is London more likely going to believe? Alice realizes
It's sad
this
but
too.
true.
And so she pushes him into the path of an oncoming train, ending his reign of terror once and for all. And now both Wonderland and London are free of the oozing sword.
Yeah,
of
she
depravity.
does. Yeah, she
After
shoves
she
him in
kills
front of a
Bumby,
train.
Alice exits the train station and comes to the surface to find something extraordinary. We see now that London and Wonderland have blurred together.
Do it
into
again.
Wonderland. This new reality isn't dark or fragmented. It's a blend of both worlds, a symbolic representation of Alice's reintegration.
Thank you for
into
the
real
rose,
world.
by the way. Thank you for
The
2
place
roses.
that was once a chaotic refuge is now healed and connected with reality. It's not perfect, but
Adjusting.
at least it's safe. The Cheshire Cat's monologue explains that Wonderland, though scarred and damaged, is intact for the time being. Cheshire Cat's words remind Alice, and by extension we the players, that healing doesn't mean everything is magically fixed. The scars remain, but they're proof of your survival. Evidence of now being harder, better,
No,
faster,
he does
stronger.
deserve to suffer, but
Alice's rebuilt
honestly,
life is
like,
represented by
he
London.
was right when
A
he told her,
seamless
like, he is
integration
a
of her inner and outer
astounding
world.
figure. No
So
one's
even
gonna
if she
believe
is
her. She has
carrying the
record
weight
of
her
being in
past,
an insane
at least she's
asylum.
doing
Like,
it
the
on her
only
terms.
solution is to kill him.
Now, when I look
You
at
know,
Alice's
because
story in American
yeah.
McGee's Alice and Madness Returns, I don't think she has schizophrenia in a clinical sense. Even though some of what she experiences, like the vivid hallucinations of Wonderland or her fragmented sense of reality, might make it seem that way at first glance. Those are schizoaffective symptoms. But to me, her struggles feel more like the effects of deep trauma.
From relieving
Why?
roughness to soothing skin, there's before and then there's Aquaphor.
Aquaphor,
So you
shut
think
up.
you know Wix, but do you really?
I'm so sorry.
First up,
rather than a psychiatric condition like schizophrenia. After all, she survived the fire that killed her family, and everything she experiences seems tied to the grief and guilt that she carries from that. To understand why Alice's experiences don't align with schizophrenia, it helps to look at what schizophrenia actually involves. People with schizophrenia often experience symptoms that fall into three main categories: positive, negative, and cognitive.
Mm-hmm.
Positive symptoms include hallucinations, which can involve seeing or hearing things that aren't there, like voices commenting on their behavior or commanding them to act. Imagine if you had a devil over your shoulder talking to you. These hallucinations feel real and intrusive, and the person may believe that they come from an external source. Delusions, another positive symptom, are fixed, false beliefs that don't align with reality, such as believing someone is out to harm them or that they possess special powers.
Mm-hmm.
Negative symptoms, on the other hand, involve a loss of normal functions, such as showing little emotions, withdrawing socially, or losing interest in activities. Cognitive symptoms affect memory, attention, and decision making, often making it difficult to think clearly or follow through on tasks. Even though Alice does experience hallucination like visions in the form of Wonderland, the context and the nature of these visions are starkly different. Wonderland isn't something that Alice believes is literally real. Instead, it functions as a dissociative state, a mental refuge where her mind symbolically works through her trauma. For somebody with schizophrenia, hallucinations are often more disorganized and lack the kind of internal logic that Alice's Wonderland has. Wonderland is chaotic, but it's deeply grounded in Alice's experiences and emotions. The Queen of Heart embodies her guilt, the Cheshire Cat represents her inner wisdom, and the Infernal Train symbolizes her suppressed memories. Those are just some examples.
It's
The
true.
Mad Hatter does seem to have bipolar disorder, though.
The game is
Nevertheless,
good. The
these
game
are
is
not
great.
random or meaningless.
I
They're
just,
purposefully
everything behind it
reflective
is
of her
amazing.
struggles. Similarly, Alice doesn't exhibit the delusions typical of schizophrenia. While she does
Yes, they
believe
are.
that
They
somebody's
are the
out there trying
best. Oh
to
my
gain control of
gosh.
her or trying to
I'm
get
so
her,
glad more
she
people
doesn't
know
believe
about
that she's
them. It
actually
makes me
currently
so
being
happy.
actively controlled or persecuted, nor does she display the kind of
It
disconnected, paranoid thinking
Don't
that's
even
often
get me
associated
started
with
about
the
the
condition.
third.
Instead,
I
her
love the
journey
Vopal
is
Blade. Are you
founded
kidding?
in her
This is
attempts
what I want
to
to cosplay for
understand herself
Halloween,
and
you
confront her
guys.
past, even though
I
her
wanna
mind
I wanna dress
shatters
as
under the weight of her trauma.
Alice.
Wonderland
I
isn't just
just
some
I
random
have the
delusion or
outfit on my
hallucination,
throne.
it's a reflection of her mind, a place where she processes all the pain that she can't deal with in the real world. That's what Wonderland is for her.
We will be
It's
getting into the
chaotic and
third right
surreal, but
after
it's also
this.
symbolic.
It is amazing.
Each
Okay.
character, each setting represents some part of her struggle.
They
If it's
canceled the
guilt,
third.
anger, or
EA
loss, it's
said
her way of
no
working through
to the
things that feel
third.
impossible to face
Yes, I will send
explicitly
my
or
throne.
directly. Some people might point out that Wonderland
Oh,
is a
I'm so mad at
hallucination in and
EA
of
for
itself,
their decision
that
on
that
the
might
third.
be
But we're not
schizophrenia.
there yet.
But I think it's different because in this case, Alice knows on some level that this world is a part of her. She doesn't
Mhm.
fully believe Wonderland is real. She knows it's not real. Instead, she uses it as a way to explore her fractured memories and try to make sense of what had happened to her. This points to Alice more than likely having a dissociative disorder or state brought on by trauma, where her mind splits off into this other world to cope with everything that she's been through, more so than it is schizophrenia.
Yep.
So while her journey can look like psychosis, the line between
Yeah.
trauma-induced dissociation and psychosis can actually blur, especially in characters whose realities are profoundly altered by their mental state. Just like in an alternate universe Russia with Indica, the nun marked by religious horror, whose experiences are more closely aligned with schizophrenia, visual and auditory hallucinations where someone is talking to her, delusions and disorganized thinking. Unlike Alice, who remains on some level aware that Wonderland is a creation of her own mind, Indica's journey explores the reality of fractured psychosis.
Yeah,
Click
that's
the
a
next
different
video
game.
to dive into that psychoanalysis.
Okay, so that was the first video about Madness Returns and American McGee Alice. There is so much more that we're gonna go into right now. Yeah, EA really fumbled honestly with that, but it's it makes me sad. It really makes me sad. You don't understand. It's very upsetting. For those who want to know, this is my throne. I have things on here. I have silly things. I have plushies. I have things. I have my costume that I want up there because I want to be Alice for Halloween. And then I have plushies. But yeah, so now we're gonna go into um yes, it would I would like I honestly would like a remake of these games to reintroduce them to people. No, honestly, I we are gonna go into the third, okay? And this is another hour-long video. Okay? A remaster would fucking slap. Are you kidding me? I would love to see that. But okay. So what I am so bummed about is we have been so robbed of a third. They had the whole design ready. They had the lore ready. They had the gameplay ready. Okay? And they can't go to another studio because why? Because EA owns the copyright of Alice and I'm so mad about it. Okay? And we're going to get into that in the video. Right now that we're going to watch. Send it to me on Discord. I got you. I can. Hold on. Let me do that right now before I forget, because I will forget because I know me too well. But I am so upset that we cannot get the third because I want it. I want it so badly. I want the new outfits. I want the new art. I want to see everything. I actually own the whatchamacallits, the design bible for the third, and I can't wait. What is your Discord? Is it the same? Because all I have, start a petition. There is a petition, I think. I think there's still a petition. I did sign a while ago, but let me see if it's still available, because to bring these games back to like relive this would be amazing. And just it's a huge part of like me personally. Like I've always been so attached to like this Alice for some reason, and I can't really figure out why I'm so attached, but I am. I don't know. Maybe it's the art is stunning. The story is wow. You know, the effort that went into it is insane. Night, is your Discord the same? Attached to what? Oh, American McGee Alice. You know, the goth Alice, the spooky Alice, the Alice who has mental problems. She's accurate. But it's, yeah. And hi, Ren. I know, Core. I'm really mad. I'm mad about they don't have the third. But let me see what I can do. No, that's not it. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, we have that. I have, yes, this is the, so I will show you guys personally after we watch the video, the whole design bible, like everything else, because we're, you know, we're deep diving, so we're going down this rabbit hole today. Oh yeah, a lot of love went into this series. A lot of love. Like a ton went into the series. Nice, have fun. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to set up things and things aren't setting up for some reason. Okay. Night, I couldn't find your Discord, so I just sent it to you through the TikTok DMs. But send me your Discord and I'll send you things, I promise. But I don't know why it's not working on. I don't know. So yeah, Night, let me know. Let me get ready. Oh gosh, I'm scared. Should I be scared? I'm concerned, but I'm excited. All right. We're gonna we're gonna get started into the third one, the Forgotten. This one's literally called the Alice game EA killed. It's the third was gonna be titled Alice Asylum. Okay, are you ready?
You've kept me waiting, Alice. Have you never heard that punctuality is a virtue?
You and my dentist's assistant have much in common.
My dentist assistant.
Cancelled video games. There's such a fascination around them, isn't there? A game you read about, watched trailers on, had anticipation for, only to never see the light of day. What's left is a feeling of great disappointment and a feeling of what if. Cancelled games come in different flavors. In some instances, early iterations of games end up as scraps after a development restart.
Yep.
Resident Evil 2 and 4 had different iterations cancelled that differ from their end release. Or games that never saw the light of day due to not living up to the developer's standards. It's hard to fathom now, but Blizzard canceled games like Warcraft Adventures and StarCraft Ghosts due to not meeting their standards. As we've seen more of as of late, cancel games due to the closing of studios. Microsoft killed off a large number of upcoming releases with the closure of several studios. For this video, I'm going to cover a canceled game that's a bit of a unique case.
The
that being Alice
sadness.
Asylum. Instead of a game far into development before cancellation, it never even entered development. Its publisher EA decided to pass on the project. The series creator American McGee and his team put together a crowd-funded design bible to pitch to EA, one that lays out how the game would play and how the story would unfold.
Stunning, by the way.
When I made my video on the American McGee Alice series back in the summer of 2022, the project was still up in the air. The announcement of the cancellation was in the spring of 2023. It's something I want to revisit and go into more detail of what could have been. So this video is going to be a bit different than what I usually do. This will be a more image-heavy video going through the design bible, which I will link to in the description and pinned
I
comment.
have the
It's
design
well worth a
bible,
read,
so
and as
we
you'll
will
see,
also
some
look through
stunning
it.
artwork. It's staggering how much love and care emits from these pages, only for EA to pass on it.
At least the place I've landed is somewhat familiar.
About time, too, Alice.
Before beginning, thanks to the fellow Boulder Punchers who support the channel through Patreon, YouTube memberships, or one-time donations. If you're interested in supporting the channel further, check the pinned comment or description for more info. As well, a thank you to today's sponsor, Boot.dev. Learn back-end web development from start to finish using programming languages like Python, JavaScript, and C. I've used Boot.dev for a refresher on Python. A younger Boulder Punch remembers the boredom he faced in that programming class he took in his university days. Boot.dev teaches you in such a way that you won't be bored. You'll write plenty of code and build real projects. This includes building a maze solver, a blog aggregator, and a web scraper. Boot.dev isn't one of those learn to code in a month services. The curriculum is around 12 months and dives in deep into theory and practice. Learn from the best and develop best practices now instead of picking up bad habits that can cause issues down the line. Don't be one of those developers now. Who knows where this choice to learn back-end web development can take you? Perhaps your skills can get you hired at a place like Blizzard Entertainment on your own merits. You got there from learning through Boot.dev instead of being a Nepo hire. Go to Boot.dev and try out the courses for free.
This is an ad, by the way. Just to let you know.
For 25% off the first year.
Good for him for getting a sponsor.
Again, that's Boulder Punch, one word in all caps. And now on to the video. A bit about the design bible itself before we dive into its contents and how it came to be. American McGee had various talks with EA since the release of Madness Returns in 2011 for a third game, with varying degrees of success. But talks would progress as the years went on, with EA open for a pitch. But they weren't able to make a game prototype as a pitch. Why is that the case? American and his team were prohibited from booting up a game engine due to legal requirements and generating potential conflicts of interest surrounding the Alice game IP. What these legal requirements were and potential conflicts of interest were, I don't know. Easiest to shrug your shoulders and say because EA. American McGee hasn't been an EA employee since the early 2000s, leaving not long after the release of the first game. He made Madness Returns with a studio he founded, Spicy Horse, in collaboration with EA. Spicy Horse shut down in 2016. Due to these constraints, American McGee and his small team made the choice of creating a design bible. To grow his team and receive further funding, as EA wouldn't provide it, they used Patreon to fund the design bible for Alice Asylum around late 2017. American McGee had used crowdfunding in the past for the series. He and his team used Kickstarter to crowdfund the 2 short films of Alice Otherlands. After several years of work, version 1.0 of the design Bible for Alice Asylum released in February of 2023.
Yep.
This is the accumulation of all the work they did over the years. You can access past Patreon posts of early iterations of the work they did. For this video, I'm only focusing on what's in the design Bible. In a high-level meeting American McGee had with a large development studio, the design Bible received high praise. Of the thousands of pitches and design documents they've received, the design Bible for Alice Asylum was by far the best they've ever seen. And I could see why. It's a doozy at 414 pages.
Yeah,
It lays out the game's
it's massive.
foundation, the gameplay, the complete narrative. It's full of gorgeous artwork. If you're like me and you can't get enough of concept art for games, you'll be in heaven here. The team poured their heart and soul into it, which of course makes it so heartbreaking that the vision they have here will never make it to the screen. So, what did they have in mind for Alice
It
Asylum?
is a brick.
It was going to continue in line as Madness Returns for platforming and exploration. I'll point more from the first game on the combat side of things. A linear progression with optional content and secrets for the curious player. The art direction would continue in the style of Madness Returns, and for good reason. It's very much a timeless style.
It
Perfect
really
blend
is.
of strong art direction with tech. There's been few games since its release in 2011 that have such a distinct and memorable look. Some of the best usage of the Unreal 3 engine. And speaking of Unreal, they would use Unreal 5 for Alice Asylum. That said, it doesn't seem like the cutout animation style cutscenes from Madness Returns would be in Asylum. There's not a
No,
mention
it's
of it
it's
in the design
amazing,
Bible,
and we will be
which is
looking
too
through
bad
it
because I really
each
love the usage.
page.
Best start
Yes.
now, Admiral, or the sharks will have us for lunch.
On the music front, they created a handful of prototype tracks for some ideas of the mood that the music would take. They take heavy inspiration from the works of the composers for the prior 2 games.
Isn't it amazing?
Now, in an ideal world, they would have Chris Vrenna back as the game's composer. He did the entire soundtrack for the first game and the song for Madness Returns.
He did.
Madness Returns has a great soundtrack, but the first game, it's a top 10 for me as far as game soundtracks go. On the combat front, reading through the design Bible, it was a bit vague how combat would handle. Would it be in line with the Zelda-like approach from Madness Returns, or more of the id design approach from the original? From what I read, it's a bit of a blending of the two. So what does it pull more from the original game? One being the larger weapon roster. Many weapons absent from Madness Returns re-entering the fold. Weapons like the playing cards, the croquet mallet, the ice wand. Many weapons from Madness Returns would also come back, along with a couple of new weapons. About a dozen weapons in total for Alice to find and use. Also returning from the first game would be alternate attacks. Some would handle the same, other weapons would switch around their primary and alternate attacks, some with new attacks altogether. Range weapons would use ammo. It's not like the willpower from the first game that shares across all weapons. You pick up ammo from the environment through exploration and defeating enemies. There would be an upgrade system. Alice would be able to upgrade weapons at Hatter's workshop. Asylum would also see a return to a larger enemy roster. Some returning faces, many new ones. No
Look
more
at how
ruins,
amazing these
more than
designs
they're welcome
are.
with the repetitive nature in Madness Returns. And they also took the criticism on the lack of boss fights from Madness Returns to heart. A game that only had one boss fight at the game's end. It even had that fake out early on when you were getting ready for one.
Yep. The cards do look sick. It's the designs, the love,
boy,
the
did they pick up that here.
details.
16
Amazing.
bosses along the critical path. Alice would still have a dodge option, blocking, parries, so there would be elements of Madness Returns in its combat. It's hard to say without seeing gameplay what they had in mind for the blend between the two. I preferred the frantic id-style combat from the original, so I'm happy to see more elements return for Alice Asylum, or at least would have returned for Alice Asylum. As well, that style has received a bit of a resurgence in recent years, especially on the indie front. Following in the vein of Madness
Look at
Returns,
these
Alice would get stylish
dresses!
with a wide variety of outfits. There would also be the addition of a dress rune system, runes Alice could wear to enhance her abilities in various combinations. To find these, the player would have to engage in curiosity and
Guys,
explore off the
am I
beaten
gonna
path to
kick
find
back
hidden
sewing
areas
so I
filled
can
with
make these
runes.
outfits
Alice
for
would have to
myself?
defeat a special
Maybe.
enemy to unlock a rune.
Is my
Rune
whole
abilities
wardrobe
vary
gonna
from
be
improving
Alice?
double jump,
Maybe.
improving defense, to increasing the power of certain weapons like the Vorpal Blade. There would be 12 total runes, all upgradable, giving the player plenty of options and combinations at their fingertips. Before moving on to the narrative, there's one potential red flag that caught my eye while reading the design Bible, that being the proposed length of Alice Asylum. They were aiming for an experience that's around 15 to 20 hours in length. While I enjoyed Madness Returns, I found the game's pacing and length to be its largest issue by a wide margin. It was a game that overstayed its welcome by a good 15% or so, where I was ready to move on to the next stage well before most stages ended. As great as it played, it still wore out its welcome by game's end.
Yeah,
there's
I
far
feel
more at play
that.
here
I
with what
feel
they
that.
proposed for Alice Asylum. The game jumps around more locations and levels. There's far more weapons, enemies, and bosses. The dress rune system as side quests
Hi,
seems
Dark
like it would take
Matter.
up a fair chunk of time. As well, I tend to find developers overestimate a game's length, or at least exaggerate for marketing purposes. If the 15 to 20 hour range was for a completionist run to unlock everything, I could see that. But if it was 15 to 20 hours for the critical
I'm
path,
good.
I
How
could
are
see that
you?
becoming an issue. From reading through the design Bible, I'd find somewhere in the 12 to 15 hours would be a good sweet spot. I'd hate for the team to feel pressure to extend its runtime for the sake of it. This is a linear experience, not an open world title. One of the more egregious examples I've come across in recent years for a linear game was the Silent Hill 2 remake. My largest issue on the gameplay front was how it seemed to double its runtime of the original. The pacing was all over the place as a result. It's clear that they took the criticisms to heart in Madness Returns. Still, it's a possibility that pacing could become an issue of Alice Asylum and its execution. Another thing I want to bring up is the possibility of cut content.
Stunning.
I mean, I guess this is all cut content in the sense that EA passed on making Alice Asylum a reality. But what I mean is, game development is an iterative process. Possible that had development ensued for Asylum, not everything in the design Bible would make it. They may have cut down on weapons, levels, bosses, enemy types, story beats. There could be elements that seem great on the page, but they could get onto the screen. Could be budget reasons, scheduling reasons. A million and one different things could go wrong. So as great as it was to read through the design Bible for what they had in mind, there was always the possibility various odds and ends wouldn't make it to the final product. With that, let's dive into the complete narrative experience of Alice Asylum.
I'm glad
this is
you're
more
doing
of an
well.
overview of the major plot beats. If you're interested in more details like character dialogue, do give the design Bible a read.
I
As
will.
well, a
We
warning
will.
for spoilers, not only for Asylum, but the prior two games. Alice Asylum begins with Alice awakening, all alone in a moonlit, snow-covered English garden. This is Alice from her younger years. We play her as a 13-year-old. This is the slumber, a manifestation of her childhood memories. It serves as a tutorial section for basic movement. Slumber is a recurring nightmare for Alice. In this nightmare, the moon is always watching her, hunting her. No matter what, she cannot escape the moon. A moon that sings an ominous lullaby, with Alice falling asleep under its spell. Running from the moon, she seeks safety inside her childhood home, the Liddell house. Sitting at the table is the rest of her family, burnt and twisted, wearing rabbit masks. Her mother, father, and older sister Lizzie. They scarf down on a black cake as they burn up, chanting to Alice, "It's all your fault." Alice wonders how long she must endure this endless torture, with a mysterious voice answering, "Until you have learned." An earthquake hits the Liddell home. Alice finds herself face to face with the caterpillar.
Why must I suffer?
Because your mind is fouled by self-deception. Even your fantasies have fragmented into tortured versions of themselves. You are racked with guilt because you survived, and you dread the prospect of a life alone.
He mentions Alice still has much to learn.
True.
Alice only wishes to escape from this place. Caterpillar tells Alice that it's a pity you show no interest in understanding your own shadow, Alice, for they have a keen interest in you. Caterpillar disappears, leaving Alice alone in front of an ornate looking glass. Facing her own reflection, a terrifying shadow creature stares back. The shadow creature tells Alice that, finally, I found you. The shadow creature breaks through the looking glass, shattering the mirror into thousands of pieces, cutting Alice in the process.
It's
One
amazing.
large shard closes in on her heart. She reaches out to it to grab it, and it turns into the Vorpal Blade. A short combat tutorial would play out, with Alice fighting countless shadow manifests. It won't be long before Alice and the player become overrun by these shadows. But before that can happen, there is a lullaby heard in the distance. Blood-red tentacles emerge to grab Alice, finding herself back in the burning Liddell house, her childhood home. The moon looming overhead. The lullaby causes Alice to faint. She's pulled up into the sky towards the moon as the scene fades to black
Hi,
and the prelude
Parker.
ends.
What's
Alice opens her
wrong?
eyes to see Mock Turtle, singing. He ejects her from her bed with a giant lever. A white rabbit doll beckons Alice to follow. This is the Carnival of Fools. There's a sign that says 4,565 days of show. That works out to about 12 and a half years. The timeline, this would be the amount of time since the fire incident. Following the rabbit doll, this stretch would serve as a further tutorial for movement. Throughout, there would be characters singing, Alice included. A musical number as we go through the Carnival of Fools. I remember making note of singing sections when I reviewed Madness Returns a few years back. There was one stretch during the Diluted Depths where I thought the characters would burst out into song but never did. Well, it looks like Asylum would make up for that. A carnival would be a good place for this to play out. I have to wonder how elaborate it'd be compared to something like the musical bit from Alan Wake 2. Alice seeks to escape from the circus but cannot. The others tell her to give up and enjoy the show. Overhead, the moon watches over. The rabbit doll leads Alice to the fortune teller's tent. Alice has never come across this tent before, but the fortune teller states it's always been here. In the past, she's never bothered to notice it. The tent is full of odds and ends and many globes in decaying condition. Alice knocks over a globe which smashes on the floor. The fortune teller, with a hand motion, reforms the shattered globe, the few cracked pieces in tow. Fortune teller helps Alice in opening her eyes. Gazing into the crystal ball, the fortune teller pries open Alice's third eye as she returns to the slumber realm. These slumber realm sections serve as story interludes, similar to how the London sections in Madness Returns acted as interludes. With what happened with the fortune teller, Alice now unlocks the Mind's Eye ability. This will unlock basic wayfinding and towards mission objectives. It's a bit vague how this ability would work with what's written about it in the design Bible. I'm guessing it would be like how shrinking in Madness Returns would reveal invisible platforms or marks in the environment. Alice would use Mind's Eye to navigate through the slumber realm to find Caterpillar once again. He tells Alice that now she may be ready to see things that weren't there before. He tells Alice she must deal with the shadow that emerged from the mirror the last time she was in the slumber realm. The shadow fears Alice more than she fears the shadow. Caterpillar blows a cloud of smoke, with Alice emerging in the front yard of her family home. Alice heads inside with a voice whispering that it was all her fault. In her current state, Alice does not recall the truth of what happened that night, but she does have vague recollections. She would find herself in the endless looping corridor as the house begins to burn. She hears the cries of her family, only to find herself in her own bedroom. Alice once again is unable to save her family. Scene cuts to Rutledge Asylum. Alice once again hearing whispers that it was her fault. Thrashing around as the orderlies try to subdue her, flashes of the shadow merges with Alice's face. The scene dissolves with Alice returning to Caterpillar. The shadow is a part of her, a monster that lives within us all, but only a few can face, much less embrace. He tells Alice to remove the mask and to face her darkness, to face her shadow. The idea of the shadow self is an age-old concept in storytelling, stretching back to the days of mythology and beyond. I'm sure it came up in stories told when we were still grunting and painting murals on cave walls. In more recent years, the psychologist Carl Jung brought more light, no pun intended, on the subject. The shadow is the darker side one tries to repress or deny. A formidable antagonist for Alice with all that she's gone through and continues to go through. The scene shifts once again, with Alice locked up in Rutledge Asylum. Her eyes turn black as the scene zooms into the abyss of her eyes, the sound of circus music fading back in. Alice awakens back in the fortune teller's tent, but no fortune teller. Only her and the rabbit doll. Shattered globes lay across the tent. With Mind's Eye, Alice now sees a different path and seeks escape from the circus. The musical elements from earlier continue. Alice finds herself surrounded by circus performers demanding that she's doing it wrong, that it's all her fault. To sing, to dance, to say the right lines. Letting out a scream, Alice unlocks Hysteria, a returning ability from Madness Returns.
I love that they're
One you
bringing
could use when
Hysteria
Alice
back
is near
again.
death. The circus illusion begins to crumble. Enemies break down into mechanical automations as Alice destroys them. This also marks the first encounter with a manipulator, an enemy capable of mimicking other characters. Alice enters the Big Top, a large tent. Her appearance would turn to one
That
of a
is
clown as the audience cheers
amazing.
her. Arriving in a balloon are the ringmasters, Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Demanding to know why she's a prisoner of the circus, Tweedledee and Dum tell Alice that they are but the jailers. It's the Queen who wishes to keep Alice here. This serves as the first of many boss fights of Alice Asylum. After defeating the two, Alice acquires two new weapons, the Troublemaker and the Jack Bomb, a returning weapon. The Troublemaker, a new weapon to the series roster, has a twofold purpose. For combat, the player could use it for close-range AoE attacks. For platforming and exploration, it serves as a grappling hook. The Jack Bomb is a returning weapon last seen in the first game. It would handle as a bit of a mixture between the Jack Bomb and the Clockwork Bomb from Madness Returns.
Amazing.
The primary attack, Alice would lob them, exploding on impact. Its alternative attack handles more like the Clockwork Bomb from Madness Returns. Place them and detonate them on command. Use it for switch activation or draw enemies to the bomb. Alice climbs into the balloon that Tweedledee and Tweedledum used to enter with Rabbit in tow. She flies above the circus, at last escaping. And now she finds herself face to face with the moon. The balloon enters the mouth of the moon. Thought to be a living thing, the moon is actually a mechanical construct, courtesy of Hatter Industries. Alice would then explore the insides to find a way of controlling the moon to take her to the Queen's domain. Alice would come across Mock Turtle once again, pleading for her to stop.
Hi, thanks for joining.
The suffering of others. Go ask your questions and smart remarks to Caterpillar.
Live in this comfortable lie. Alice refuses, and Mock Turtle transforms. This was a manipulator, not the real Mock Turtle. This serves as the game's second boss. With the fight over, the moon hurtles toward the ground. Before falling to her death, Alice grows large enough until she finds herself sitting in a forest. In a pond is Mock Turtle, swimming. On the back of the shell is a tiny version of the circus Alice escaped from. Within the remains of the moon is a clockwork heart, one that still functions. She gives the heart to her rabbit doll to hold onto. It seems insignificant now, but it is a key item for later.
I'm stuck
In the distance is the Queen's Castle, as the first level wraps up. Moving on to level 2. While level 1 was 3 acts, level 2 is 8. It's a bit hard to get a gauge of how long some of these acts would be. It's not like they would all be of equal length. Most notable when we get near the game's end stretch, where some levels become far shorter. They may only consist of cutscenes, a tiny bit of exploration, and a boss fight. Alice finds herself in the Queen's Rose Garden and its hedge maze. This marks the first appearance of Card Guards, one of the signature enemies of the series. Alice would come across the guards fighting Alice's shadow from the mirror. Disappearing, the shadow leaves behind a mass of black tentacles, known as the Chaos, consuming the guards. This is the introduction to the Chaos, the primary enemy of Alice Asylum. The Chaos will inflict NPCs for Alice to fight with. Here, Alice would form a temporary alliance with the Card Guards to deal with those infected by the Chaos. Entering the Fortress of Sorrow, Alice would come across the Knave, who has quite the unsettling appearance. Dressed in regal attire, he has a medical apparatus attached to his head. Filling the trickster trope, Alice isn't sure what to make of the Knave. He tells Alice he's seen her before, to which she thinks he is lying. It's not clear if he is. The Knave tells Alice that something is different this time from before. The chaos, the blade she carries. Despite this, it always ends the same. The Queen will capture Alice and return her to the circus, and the Queen has the Knave beheaded.
So this is in between. So it's after the first one, in between the second.
Horse, which Alice acquires as a weapon. A returning weapon from Madness
I'm
Returns,
pretty
dealing
sure.
heavy melee damage and handling in a similar manner. Its alternate attack
Because
would
we're
be a
going
chargeable
back
heavy
in
stun
time
that can
before
destroy
she knows
shields
the
and
truth
armor
of what
certain
happened.
enemies. Before
So this
vanishing,
is
the Knave tells Alice
after
that
the
the only way
first.
to the Queen's
So yeah.
castle is through the courthouse to receive judgment. Something he advises against her doing due to her guilt, but Alice decides to push on. Arriving at the courthouse steps, Alice would once again run into the Knave. If found innocent, Alice will continue her journey to the Queen. Else she'll be sentenced
We'll
to
read
croak
it. We'll
for
read it in the Bible.
Knave
We'll
loves
find
to
it.
pop out of nowhere before vanishing as Alice looks away like a Batman figure. The inside of the courthouse is a mess. Chess pieces all scurrying about, before all turning to her, falling silent.
Yeah, but we'll read more when we dive into the book ourselves.
Involving puzzles, navigation, and combat, the court still finds Alice guilty, giving her a sentence to croak for eternity. In her anger, Alice unlocks a new gameplay mechanic, the Inferno state. Whereas Hysteria mode activates once Alice's health drops below a certain threshold, the player can activate Inferno once the Inferno bar fills up. The bar will fill up by chaining together combos and defeating enemies in a short time frame. Once activated, Alice sends out a fire-based AoE and remains in the Inferno state for a limited time in which he receives damage buffs. This does make up for one of the shortcomings of Madness Returns. If you played well, you have little usage of
It
Hysteria
does look
throughout.
sick. It's
Combat
amazing.
wasn't too difficult, so if you wanted to activate Hysteria, you had to let your foes hit you. Now, you can still use Hysteria mode here in Alice Asylum, but also you have the addition of Inferno mode, which acts as an incentive and a reward for skilled combat. She attacks the chess pieces, only to find them infected with chaos. This act would end off with a boss fight against the Blind Judge. Upon defeating the Blind Judge, Alice hears a slow clap from behind her. Alice turns to once again see her shadow self-applauding her. With a snap of the shadow's fingers, the floor collapses beneath Alice's feet, falling into darkness. Here we have another intermission on the slumber. Alice finds herself in 1863 at the hospital at the age of 11 with an out-of-body experience. Her younger self here is the Child of Fire. Making her way through the hospital in this out-of-body experience, Alice would come across Bumby and Radcliffe. They seem familiar to her, but she can't quite put her finger on who they are. The two have a discussion about Alice, with Radcliffe
Yeah,
taking
because
his
Bumby's
black
alive,
notebook at
so
Bumby.
they're
Do
in the
keep this
middle
notebook in mind.
timeline.
For a refresher on Radcliffe and Bumby, these two were characters introduced in Madness Returns. Radcliffe was the Liddell family lawyer and shows a great personal interest in Alice's inheritance. After all, Alice came from a wealthy family, with her father the Dean of Oxford. And then there's Dr. Angus Bumby. He was a student of Alice's father, common household guest for tea. He took a liking for Alice's older sister Lizzie, but Lizzie thought little of him.
Claimed I'd stolen his heart. Trifling with his affections. Creepy sod. Touching me. Told Papa to never invite him to tea again.
This longing grew into an obsession. One evening, he broke into the Liddell home, assaulted and murdered Lizzie, and locked the door to her room. Alice witnessed the break-in, but at her young age convinced herself it was a centaur. Bumby set the house on fire to cover up his tracks, leaving Alice the sole survivor. Years later, after leaving Rutledge Asylum, Alice would be a patient of Bumby's, now a psychiatrist. Using hypnotherapy and using Lizzie's bedroom key to hypnotize his patients, he was trying to help Alice forget the memories of the fire. This, of course, would benefit him to cover up his crime from years past. As Madness Returns progressed, Alice would come to learn it was Bumby who started the fire and killed her family. As well, Bumby used his hypnotherapy on children to make them forget their memories and selling them off. Bumby was a truly heinous man for what he did to Alice and her family and the trafficking of children, which makes Alice's final stand against him one of the more
That's what
satisfying
I think. I think it's definitely
antagonists I've
during
come
that
across in a
time
game.
of her being in the asylum. Feels good to watch every time.
We cut ahead to a scene with Alice alone in her cell at Rutledge Asylum. Two halves of her psyche
Yes,
in
it
conflict
would.
with
It
one
would
another.
provide more
One blaming
context
her
on
for what
two.
happened, that was all her fault. Surrounded by orderlies and nurses, the shadow self of Alice splits from the child self. In this moment in the past, the child self of
It's
Alice is set to the
amazing.
circus.
I'm
Deep within the
so
snow globe,
upset we're
Shadow
not
Alice
getting a
becomes the
third.
dominant personality. They are one and the same, two halves that form the whole. The gentle, hopeful side of Alice was severed, left behind in darkness. Back in the present, Alice descends into a group of Wonderland inmates, all with croquet mallets. They've surrounded a fish person who ends up dead via snapped spine due to a rook chess piece. Someone hands Alice a croquet mallet as the match begins. They've been at this forever. This marks the return of the croquet mallet as a weapon, when absent.
You
in
can play
Madness
Alice
Returns.
Madness
Would
Returns
handle a
on
bit different
Steam.
compared to the
It's
first
available
one.
on
There, its
Steam.
primary attack was a melee strike, its alternative attack launching an electrified ball. In Alice Asylum, its primary attack would launch an electrified ball instead of a melee strike. Its alternate attack, after a longer windup, would replace the ball with a hedgehog shooting quills at foes.
Yes.
Wishing to escape, Alice plays along.
Yes.
This section would involve racing combat, and according to the design Bible,
And if you look on
surreal
YouTube, there
nonsense.
is a way
What
to
surreal
access
nonsense is? Your guess
a
is as good
normal,
as
like
mine.
the
No one
American
ever
Mickey Alice,
seems to
the
win this
first
game
one
that they've been
through
playing.
it on
The reason
Steam,
being
like
that the
through
other
the
players
American
always
Mickey.
have
I
a
have
chance
it
to thwart the
because
escape
of that.
their fellow inmates. If
I
they could only
can't wait
work
to play it
together,
for you
they could
guys.
escape one by one, but they refuse to. Adding further stakes
Booting
and
up my
tension,
PC right now,
chaos is
yes.
spilling across the area. Winning the game, Alice receives a pardon and begins to float away. As she floats away, she tells those below that they could escape if they only work together. The others look up for but a moment before resuming hitting each other with mallets until the chaos consumes them. Alice floats back to the Queen's domain with the knave waiting for her. He tells Alice to turn back, that the Queen is too powerful for her. Unwavering, Alice continues on. She would follow her rabbit doll through floating islands full of the Queen's forces, fighting with those corrupted by chaos. She would make it just in time as the card guards raised the drawbridge, before further chaos could enter the castle. Once inside, Alice would come across card guards on their dying breaths. The chaos is too much to deal with. You know, with all this talk about chaos, Alice should team up with Jack from Strangers of Paradise to deal with it.
My mission is to kill chaos. That's all I know.
Heading through the castle, Alice would come across new enemy types in the Chaos Realm, and a returning face from Madness Returns, the Executioner. As he was in Madness Returns, he is invincible. Alice dealt with him there by eating a cake to grow in size before stomping on him in one of the game's more notable scenes.
Oh, she's just like, and squish. Boom.
Alice Asylum takes a different approach. Before we deal with him once and for all, there would be a mixture of platforming and stealth. Once cornered, a boss fight would ensue, with Alice destroying the floor, with both falling into a near-endless abyss. As she uses her dress to float to safety, the executioner explodes into pieces as he hits the ground. Alice finds herself in the castle's dungeon with, once again, the knave waiting. He tells Alice that she's never been this far before, that her actions defy what his cards say, that she's defying fate. The dungeon consists of architecture that defies logic, leading to some gravity-defying platforming to navigate. Alice would come across many prisoners in her journey through the dungeon, various inhabitants of Wonderland, all faceless, shambling representations of her family, the jailers being many enemies of chaos. Making her way upward, Alice would come across a mirror. Looking back at her as a younger version of herself, the one we saw in her flashback in the hospital, the Child of Fire, she would step out of the mirror and toward Alice. The Child of Fire is the focus of Alice's eternal anger. Alice's shadow would interrupt their conversation, piercing the heart of Alice's younger self. The Child of Fire turns into a creature of chaos. The shadow vanishes, leaving Alice to fight the corrupted Child Fire in a boss fight. The fight ends with Rabbit Doll stepping in front of Alice and taking a hit from the Child of Fire. Chaos begins to consume the rabbit. Red tentacles emerge, picking up Alice and Rabbit, and take them upwards, leaving the Child of Fire behind. They arrive in the throne room with the Queen of Hearts and the Knave waiting.
Damn.
Off with her head.
Alice seeks her release, but the Queen of Hearts tells Alice that they're all here because of her. She refuses to learn or to grow, and that she is in danger. She's kept in the circus for her own good. It's a sanctuary to protect her from her own darkness. With the Queen's Guard set to behead the Knave, he escapes from their grasp and frees Alice. They together would fight the Queens of Heart in the game's 6th boss fight. Boy, they're sure making up for the lack of boss fights from Madness Returns, aren't they? In victory, Alice would use her Vorpal Blade to decapitate the Queen. Alice tends to her rabbit doll, dying as chaos consumes him. A clockwork heart that we collected after the moon crash falls from its pocket. The Knave recognizes it from his dreams and holds it towards Rabbit's chest. The clockwork heart falls into place, healing Rabbit back to normal. Alice would pick Rabbit up and spin around with him. The throne room would fade away as Alice finds herself once again in slumber for another short intermission. The scene transitions to a younger Alice at home, spinning around the living room with her older sister Lizzie. In her dizziness, Alice knocks over a tea set and cuts herself. Lizzie would care to Alice as their mother Leanne enters, sending them to their rooms as punishment. Along the way, the sisters would talk to their father, Arthur. There's a time and a place for games, and that time may be cut short as you grow. You'll know when the time is right. The house would dissolve into a cathedral, the funeral of Alice's family. Above the 3 caskets is Caterpillar, as whispers blaming Alice rise as she heads towards the caskets. They burst into flame, with the screams of Lizzie, Leanne, and Arthur heard. The church would flash back further into Alice's past, this time her baptism. As she touches the water, the scene cuts to black and we return to the throne room of the Queen. Turns out the Queen here was a manipulator, a mechanical concoction. In his anger, the Knave checks to see if he himself is a manipulator, and he is. The Knave tells Alice they're an invention of the Hatter, who she could reach through the Hall of Doors. The Knave would give Alice a deck of playing cards, another returning weapon from the first game. Its primary attack would
The
act
playing
in the
cards
same
are dope.
way, but would have a different alternate attack. In Asylum, Alice would throw them in a 180-degree arc in front of her, great for crowd control. Following the Knave, Alice finds herself in the Hall of Doors, many locked, yet many open. The Hall of Doors would serve as a hub, a means to jump around to other areas of Wonderland. Stepping through a door, Alice sees the shadow appear behind the Knave. As she cries out, the door slams shut. The shadow tears the Knave to pieces. When she reopens the door, there is nothing there. This closes off the second level. Level 3 would be shorter. There's 3 acts here like the first level as opposed to 8 in level 2. Again, it's a bit hard to get a gauge of the variance in length across acts. But stepping through the door, Alice finds herself in Hatter's domain. Heading toward Hatter's workshop, Alice spots gleaming eyes and a grin watching her from the shadows. Who else but Cheshire Cat, taking a bit longer to pop up compared to the past 2 games in the series. Reading through the design Bible, beyond Alice's dialogue, I could hear Roger Jackson's voice clear as day while reading through Cheshire's dialogue.
Abandon that hope. A new law reigns in this Wonderland, Alice. It's very rough justice all round. We're at risk here. You be on your guard.
Alice has a vague familiarity with Cheshire. He tells Alice her journey has been less of an adventure and more of a trial by fire. That she must trust her instincts before fading away. Like the prior 2 games, Alice can summon Cheshire to provide hints and lore to Alice. It's unclear if it would be like Madness Returns, where you could only summon him at certain points, compared to the first game where you could summon him at will.
What lies beneath this patina of civility? Something wicked, I'll wager.
What is sought is most often found
He is so cute. Isn't he? He's just so
Act 2
precious.
finds Alice arriving at the lair of Cheshire Cat. Alice undertakes navigation puzzles with the sky full of astrological symbols. She would come across a compass, which reveals unseen hints in the environment. This becomes an unlocked ability, allowing her to see secrets and hidden paths. The compass not only works as a guide, but it's a representation of her inner compass. She must learn to trust herself. The environment shifts around to make the journey to Hatter's laboratory more direct. Along the way, Alice would
Yes, they
fight
are
against many
leaning into the
inventions made from
fire
Hatter, such
for
as
this. They
teapots.
are.
When she reaches the door of the Hatter's lab, she springs a trap. A clockwork hand snatches Alice, leaving Cheshire behind. The hand would drop Alice off face to face with the Hatter in his workshop.
I feel like a new man, or whatever I am. I feel like an unsprung spring, like an uncorroded gear, like an untarnished bit of metal that sticks in your eye.
Hatter gives little thought to Alice, fiddling around his workbench.
The
telling her
Hatter's
she's
funny.
busy. Instead of fighting, they have a long conversation with much exposition. Hatter has a mechanical puppet show ready for explanations. The Queen made the circus to keep Alice's curiosity in check, to keep her as far away from the chaos as possible. At the moment, Alice is not strong enough to defeat her shadow self. The Hatter has conducted many experiments to find a means of defeating the chaos. This includes using prima materia. Prima materia, or first matter, comes from the world of alchemy. It's the starting material for the alchemical magnus opus for the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, from which all things originate. In his experiments, Hatter had his work and home destroyed by chaos. He lost the prima materia, but we have found one piece of the puzzle to help deal with chaos, that being the clockwork heart that saved Rabbit's life. The heart can withstand chaos. There are two remaining pieces, the eyes and the brain. The eyes can focus, dilute, and channel chaos. The brain can control it. So now we have a concrete goal. Find the eyes in the brain and bring them back to Hatter. It's our only hope in being able to face Alice's shadow in the chaos. Before setting us on our way and capping off this level, the Hatter gives Alice a new weapon, Hatter's Table Setter. This weapon would handle like the teapot cannon from Madness Returns with an amusing addition. Its alternate attack would turn the table setter into a chainsaw. The thought of Alice running around with a
Amazing.
chainsaw mowing down enemies
I
like
want a
she's Marcus Phoenix in
chainsaw.
Years of War is an amusing one. Returning to the Hall of Doors, Alice's inner compass guides her to the door towards the eye. But it's a tiny door laying at her feet. As she approaches, she shrinks down and heads through. Before the door closes, a black stream of the shadow follows her and Rabbit as level 3 ends. For level 4, Alice finds herself at the entrance of the Mines of Memory. The infernal train makes a return from Madness Returns as she finds herself at the Abyssal Station. Greeting her behind one of the windows is March Hare, another returning character along with Dormouse.
Abandon false hope. Forget the past. The damage is done.
Let the madness begin. Resume the folly.
I just thought of a lollipop
They
chainsaw.
tried
That
to
would be
prevent her from
amazing.
leaving by throwing up various
I want to get back
traps.
into
Alice would use the
cosplaying
inner
and
compass to head
crafting
in the
so I
direction
could
of the
actually
eyes.
make
Heading
all of
deeper
her
into the
outfits and
mine, she
weapons
comes
and
across
have
heavy
them like
machinery
on
and
my
termite
wall.
drones carrying
I have a
materials
big
here
wall.
and
It
there.
has a lot
These
of
are where
space.
Alice's
I could
memories
actually
go
do
from
that.
recycling that
I think
feeds
that'd be
into her
really
imagination.
fun.
Making her way through past memories, the way forward becomes clear as she processes each memory. As Alice heads
Right?
deeper into
I
the
think I
mine,
could
she
do
comes
it.
across
I
memories
just
of the
need the
shadow.
funds.
Memories unfamiliar to her. She steps into these unknown memories to find the way forward. Entering this first dark memory, Alice sees Bumby and Radcliffe in discussion. Their appearance is broken, bathed in darkness, out of proportion with no eyes, only black recesses where their eyes should be. Alice's shadow does not want her to process these memories. If she processes them, it allows her growth beyond the trauma. Bumby and Radcliffe are in discussion, saying insanity is the best option. Radcliffe tells Bumby to keep their clients intact, contain Alice's mind. With Alice as his ward, the Liddell estate is in the grasp of Radcliffe, a very generous one. Alice finds herself in the asylum, going through the routines of her day-to-day. The shadow enters her cell, screaming at Alice to get out. The shadow would pull her into another memory. She is now talking to Dr. Bumby in a counseling session, telling her the cost of forgetting is high, evoking back to the beginning of Madness Returns. Radcliffe makes count as bleeding dolls find themselves whisked away by puppet hands. The infernal train bursts through the wall as Alice plunges further into darkness. She finds herself face to face once again with Bumby, this time in the form of the doll maker that we saw at the end of Madness Returns. Above her hang skewered dolls on hooks and nails. Bumby gives some insight into his past. His own mother was mad. He learned to wipe the mind of others, to help them forget their memories, to make them clean. He has devoted his life to the eradication of true chaos. In a game series full of disturbing themes and imagery, what happens next is one of the more disturbing. Bumby pulls out a pocket watch in an odd shape that's frozen in time. Alice realizes that trapped within the glass is her older sister Lizzie. She's screaming to get out. A boss fight against Bumby in his dollmaker form would happen, with Bumby using the pocket watch as a weapon. Upon defeating the dollmaker, Bumby would consume Alice, finding herself at a London train station. This is the ending scene of Madness Returns. Here Alice pushes Bumby in front of a moving train, killing him. As the train strikes Bumby, the scene freezes. Zooming into Alice's eyes, a snow globe falls and cracks on the floor. Wisps of the shadow seep in. This is the moment where the chaos enters the world of the snow globe, where the shadow and chaos enter the circus where a part of Alice has been trapped in for so long. Alice finds herself returning to the slumber for another chat with Caterpillar. It was Alice's shadow that killed Bumby, sparing this side of her the pain. Upon killing Bumby, his darkness transferred to her, a darkness that will come to consume her in due time unless stopped. It was the shadow side of Alice keeping her safe. Now it's her turn. This side of Alice is her reason, her kindness. She's been under protection for this long until she was needed most. That time is now. The scene with Caterpillar fades away as we return to the mines. Alice would find the teapot cannon in this act, which struck me as a bit odd. We received Hatter's table setter not that long before and does have some overlap. Its alternate attack allows for Alice to pour boiling hot tea on the ground as she walks, burning up her foes who step on it. Continuing through the mines, Alice realizes it's in a terrible condition. Processing of memories have stalled, left behind to feed the shadow. After defeating a boss, the mechanical memory, Alice finds herself pulled into the memory recycling system for another encounter with Caterpillar. She finds herself at the end
but
of
that
Madness
makes
Returns
sense,
after
right?
killing
Like
Bumby,
when you go
wandering
through
the streets
that
of
much,
London
hold
that
on.
merge with Wonderland
Wait.
or Lunderland.
But I mean, that would make so much more sense because if you're going through that much trauma, you're gonna have a part of you wanting to detach and just forget and stay like safe. Like there's always gonna be a part of you that wants to just remain okay. But then when you're being told constantly to face reality and then looping back into that same spot where your reality is now like mixed with that safety, it switches you. Wow. Okay, that's crazy. Okay, so I see timeline wise, it originally starts in the midway and then we loop to the present of the second after she kills the doctor. That's smart. That's dope. I like how they're gonna loop that if they ever. I want a third.
Passerby stop and stare at Alice. They don't speak, but she could hear their thoughts. Cracks appear in the wall. Mushrooms and sprouts wither and die. The Lunderland turns into rot as darkness spreads.
Yes,
Day turns
exactly.
to May, she arrives at the Houndstitch Home for Wayward Youth, run by Bumby and where Alice lived after leaving the asylum. She sees Radcliffe surrounded by orphans talking to police. With his little black book in hand, Radcliffe yells at the police to arrest Alice for the murder of Bumby. They will do their investigation first before doing any arresting. Radcliffe banishes her from the home for wayward children, but in his anger he lets something slip, referring to the children as products before correcting himself. Breaking down, Alice hears his inner thoughts. She will never lay a finger on her family's estate as long as he is alive. For a brief moment, Radcliffe takes on a demonic form and mouths fire, pocketing money as bloody coins fall from his fingers. Alice realizes that her shadow wants to kill Radcliffe. In doing so, the transformation will be complete, and the darkness will consume her in full. Alice wakes from the slumber, finding herself before the Tree of Memory. At the base of the tree is a small pond. Inside are the eyes that she's been seeking. With the memory tree repaired, all kinds of memories flood Alice. Those that she knows and those of the shadow, who now stares back at her in the reflection of the pond. Placing a finger on the reflection, the pond ripples. She only sees her own reflection staring back, the shadow's now gone. Alice spots a nearby door, return to the Hall of Doors,
Oh, that's
ending
so
off
cool.
level 4. Throughout the design Bible, there are some pre-production design notes from the development team. For the eyes, the heart, the brain, they're there to represent the self and processing trauma. The heart for the pain of those she loved and lost. The eyes to see the truth and face her inner darkness. The brain for processing the information of her grief. Through the Hall of Doors, Alice steps into the Vale of Tears to begin level 5. Cheshire Cat stops by for a chat with Alice, who's processing what's been happening. Despite the horrible things her shadow has done, her actions seem justified. It's up to Alice if she wants to challenge her shadow, or to help her burn things to the ground, both from a literal and figurative standpoint. This section would involve platform puzzles shaped by the environment. Alice carries a bubble of influence. Time resumes in its proximity, but freezes as she steps outside it. Alice would once again come across Mock Turtle, frozen in time and place until Alice approaches. To restore the flow of time, Mock Turtle suggests we find the Duchess. With Mock Turtle as a raft, Alice would float down the river to find the Duchess. We would see the shadow in the distance, tearing a pigman apart, crying as she does so. Mock Turtle panics as the shadow approaches, flinging Alice away downstream. She looks back to see her shadow consuming Mock Turtle. Awakening downstream, Alice finds herself at the Duchess's cottage. There are pig effigies scattered about amongst graves and open coffins. Out walks the Duchess in a mourning veil. Unlike Madness Returns, she's not too happy to see Alice, is more in the mood for a fight like she was in the first game.
You may approach.
Why would I do that? You want to eat me?
Yes, well, you taught me manners, and I've lost my taste for mad women. Strictly a porcine diet for me. Everything's better with bacon, don't you agree? Of course you do.
Come closer, my little chick. Properly seasoned, you'd make a handsome dish.
I'm not edible.
Not a full meal, certainly, but a light snack, I think.
She believes Alice is here to finish off the rest of her pigs. During this boss fight, the pigs would help the Duchess, and after defeating her, the Duchess begins to cry, in mourning for the loss of her children. Recognizing that Alice fights with courage and not a blind fury, the Duchess discusses the importance of crying. Tears are restorative. To restore the flow of time, Alice needs to collect tears from the purest source and bring them to the Duchess. Following her inner compass, Alice comes across a statue of her weeping. These are the purest tears in the Vale of Tears. Alice herself begins to cry, missing her family, as she drifts back to the slumber realm for an intermission. She awakens to find herself in the streets of London, Caterpillar by her side. She's watching a memory of herself sneaking into the office of Radcliffe. This is after being banished from the Houndstitch Home for Wayward Youth. In his office, the Alice in her memory comes across an object cloaked in darkness. As she reaches out for it, a wave of chaos emerges. It engulfs the memory of Alice. As the scene fades out, Caterpillar tells Alice that her shadow is not ready for what she's found, and neither is she. Not yet. With the tears in hand, Alice returns to the Duchess. Time begins to once again flow in the Vale.
I love these concepts right now. Oh my gosh, it's amazing.
That Hatter sent us to find. Before we leave, the Duchess gives Alice the pepper grinder, a returning weapon from Madness Returns. It would also have the addition of a smoke screen with its alternate attack. This would disorient enemies, causing them to lose track of Alice. Making her way through the fortress, Alice comes face to face with Bill McGill the Lizard, a character we haven't seen since the first game.
I'll have the leeches in to handle this mess.
He's guarding the brain and will have to fight him to get it. He uses the brain against Alice in this boss fight as he takes control of horrible hallucinations. He summons nightmares to attack Alice. To win the fight, Alice must sever Bill's connection to the brain. After doing so, Bill returns to his old ways, unaware of the fight they had. He hands the brain over to Alice without a thought, no pun intended. Now in possession of all three pieces, the eyes, the heart, and the brain, Alice returns to Hatter's workshop. During Alice's time away, Hatter made a new weapon for her, one returning from the first game, the Ice Wand. Its primary attack is a combination to how the Ice Wand worked in the first game. It will freeze enemies solid, which you could push around to use as a platform, use for cover, or shatter with another weapon. Its alternate attack turns the Ice Wand into a bow. While it has a long windup, it can inflict heavy damage and from a distance. Now in possession of the heart, the eyes, and the brain, Alice is ready to face her shadow. Through the Hall of Doors, she steps through a new door, moving on to the game's 6th level. She's now in a flooded, burning London. Some buildings float, others provide platforms amongst the flooded city. Along the way, Alice would deal with London's citizens, now corrupted by the chaos. Navigating through the city, Alice would come across another returning face from Madness Returns, the Carpenter.
Most vexatious, no doubt, would address that monstrosity directly. That's to say, eventually. Now, let's intermediate more important matters. Due to a logisterical foul-up, some of the show's requisites need to be gathered.
The Carpenter sends her off to unseal the valves to drain the water levels. This would take Alice back to the home for wayward children. The lower levels flooded, the upper level on fire. Spirits of the children continue to play, unaware of what's happening around them. After draining the water, Alice would enter Bumby's office, triggering a flashback. Here, Alice finds Bumby's journal and flips through it. We learn about the past of Bumby, something he hinted at earlier. We get flashes of his childhood underneath an abusive father. A father that dished out abuse at him and his mother. Bumby cleaning the bloody floors. A home full of dead animals and tools of a taxidermist. Quote, the design Bible provides an explanation, but not an excuse for the existence of Bumby's evil. I'm going to come back to that later on. Alice then finds herself face to face again with Bumby in the form of the dollmaker, before returning to the present back in a flooded, burning London. Continuing through London to find the other valves, Alice follows her inner compass, taking her to Radcliffe's office. This time, she's ready to see, process, and learn what she couldn't before. On the desk is Radcliffe's little black book, one we saw him waving around earlier. As she reaches for it, a form of chaos emerges, but Alice does not flinch as the chaos fades away. What the little black book contains shakes Alice to her core. Pages of
Mhm.
children, their names, their monetary worth, the name of the buyers, each child assigned a number. Radcliffe had a
Damn.
part in the trafficking of children alongside Bumby. As she reads Radcliffe's little black book, numbered dolls surround her but scurry away to hide as Alice approaches them. A game of hide and seek would play out. As Alice finds each child, they fade to dust. They are familiar children to Alice, those from the Home for Wayward Youth. After she finds all the children, the shadow of Alice emerges. Instead of fighting, they speak to one another. The shadow seeks the death of Radcliffe, but Alice pleads with her not to. She walks the same path as Bumby and will succumb to darkness and chaos should she kill Radcliffe. Shadow becomes enraged as the scene fades out, telling Alice that Radcliffe dies before leaving her. Alice returns to the carpenter only to find him consumed by chaos and now a giant. Joining him is the walrus, also now a giant and consumed by chaos. To defeat the duo,
Right,
Alice would have to let them destroy the city
it's
around them
amazing.
as they
They're
pursue
deep
her, till
diving
there's nothing left
even
for them
more
to stand
than
on. Mourning the
before,
death
and
of yet
it's
another friend,
amazing.
Alice returns to Hatter's workshop through the Hall of Doors. There's little time left before the chaos will consume everything. Hatter reaches for the clockwork heart within the rabbit doll of Alice,
They
but
were
she
cooking
refuses to give it up. Her heart
hardcore.
alone is more than enough for what lies ahead. They're out of time, but Hatter shoots Alice and Rabbit through the open roof as the chaos consumes Hatter, marking the end of level 6. Alice and her rabbit doll now find herself on the roof of Hatter's lab. Shadow and chaos consume Wonderland as far as the eye can see.
The
Along with Alice
Jabberwocky.
and Rabbit, the Hatters send up a sarcophagus, which opens before them. In lies the Jabberwock.
Selfish, misbegotten, and unnatural child. You smelled the smoke, but you were in dreamland taking tea with your friends. You couldn't be bothered. Your room was protected and spared, while your family upstairs roasted in an inferno of incredible horror.
Damn.
As he emerges, he knocks Alice to the ground and grabs the rabbit doll. The Jabberwock asks Alice what good is a heart when can it be so easily broken. He tears the heart out of the rabbit and eats both the heart and rabbit. In a rage, Alice begins a boss battle with the Jabberwock in a rematch from the first game. As the fight progresses, chaos begins to overtake the Jabberwock. On his dying breaths, the Jabberwock taunts Alice, telling her that it's too late, to look around her, that she's once again failed. Alice cuts his words short with a vorpal blade to his skull. Jabberwock turns to ash and blows away. Amongst the pile of ash is Rabbit. He is hurt, but still alive as he hugs Alice back. As chaos engulfs the rooftop,
The poor
Alice and
rabbit, man,
hold
he's been
hands
through
as ash
shit.
turns to snowflakes. The scene
Hey,
around
Joke.
them shifts
How are
into
you?
a white light, the voice uttering, "Welcome home." Alice awakens in what is the final scene in the slumber realm. She finds herself in the same place where the game began, the snow-covered countryside with her family home in the distance. This time, there's no moon watching above her. Chaos engulfs the land. It's followed Alice here. As she makes her way toward her family home in the distance, she finds the mushroom where Caterpillar would sit in their earlier talks, but nowhere to be found. Instead, the Queen of Heart emerges to fight Alice in a boss fight, one with far more tricks up her sleeve than the version we fought earlier in the game.
Damn.
As Alice moves in to finish her off, the Queen tells her to stop as she smiles. The Queen of Heart's skin peels away. Emerging is a woman clad in red robes. It's a memory of Alice's mother, Leanne. Alice thinks it's a trick, but it's not. She's held on to the memories of Hatter for safekeeping, for when the time is right. She gives Alice the memories of Hatter. Her mother talks to her, that they locked this side away of her to protect
Welcome
her,
back.
to prepare her for when she was ready. Alice's other part, her shadow, drew strength from anger to overcome and seek justice. Now her shadow is infected by the darkness she sought to destroy. Alice sees a new memory of her shadow self, holding Radcliffe at knife point. It's up to Alice to stop her shadow self, to save herself. Finding herself inside the family home, another voice speaks from the shadows. She sees her father Arthur emerging from the peeling skin of Caterpillar. Alice embraces her parents, who tell her that they are proud of her. Cue players choking up if they're not already doing so. Of course, there is one missing family member, but don't worry, we'll get there in due time. Alice grabs a slice of cake on the table and eats it as chaos engulfs the house. She grows and shatters through the confines. She looks back to see her parents smiling as the shadow engulfs them as the level ends. Level 8 begins with Alice emerging from a shattered glass snow globe, finding herself back in the Hatter's lab. As she awakens, a garden forms, with Hatter offering Alice tea. He's acting like his mad self now, which calms after Alice gives him back his mind and memories that her mother was holding on to. As Alice and Hatter talk, a dark blade pierces Hatter from behind. He falls to the ground, consumed by shadow. Alice once again finds herself face to face with her shadow self. The shadow wishes to destroy all, but Alice refuses to fight. Shadow gives her only two options: join her in darkness or die in it as she attacks Alice. At long last, we have a boss fight with Alice's shadow. Not only
Ooh.
a battle with weapons, but a war of words. Alice defeats her shadow, or appears to be that way, as she impales her with the Vorpal blade. Alice is in shock of what she's done. Shadow tells her that she can't let her go and is just as guilty for her death. That she binds you to me. That being her older sister Lizzie. The shadow absorbs Alice, leaving only the shadow self behind. The two are now one, with the shadow side winning. We would then play for Stretch as Shadow Alice, who finds herself in Wonderland corrupted by darkness and shadow. The Vorpal blade morphs into Umbral Scythe. Shadow Alice has incredible power, mowing down anything and everything in her path. She makes her way through Wonderland, cutting down those who have helped Alice in the past. Mock Turtle, Bill McGill, Queen of Hearts, the Hatter, Cheshire. Some will beg for their lives, some try to reason, some will fight back, but all will fall against Shadow Alice. The more death she causes, Wonderland falls deeper into darkness.
Damn.
She continues her destruction until only her and Rabbit
Right.
remain. Shadow Alice uses her Vorpal blade to pierce Rabbit. To twist the knife further, no pun intended once again, this is a player input as opposed to a cutscene action. At long last, no light remains, leaving only darkness. And what follows is 60 seconds of complete darkness. Now there would be a few flickers of light and dust on screen so the player doesn't think the game crashed or fully ended. But Alice Asylum, not over yet. Level 9 begins with Alice's inner child walking through the void, frozen in time. She herself is a source of light. She comes across silhouettes of her friends and family frozen in time. Tortured expressions. Alice begins to cry, wondering how the shadow defeated her. A voice from behind Alice speaks, telling Alice the shadow won because she still holds on to her, and that she needs to let go. Emerging from a broken pocket watch is Alice's older sister, Lizzie. The two embrace as Lizzie tells Alice it was never her fault. It was his,
Aww.
only his, that being Bumby. As they embrace, an apparition of Bumby emerges from the shadow. Both Alice and Lizzie stand their ground as they fight Bumby. Now, it's not clear if Lizzie would join in on this fight or if she's watching Alice. Bumby would shift through many forms, becoming Alice's guilt manifest. In this fight, Alice's Vorpal blade is made of light. Defeating the guilt manifest, Lizzie tells
Amazing.
Alice that if she ever wants to visit her, she's always within her. They all are.
Aww.
Never closed, never locked. A single tear drops from Alice's eye, which turns to light as we move on to level 10. I'm sure many a player would be dropping several tears during this scene.
Oh, I
We zoom
know
out to
I'd be
see
bawling.
Shadow Alice, all alone in the darkness. The other side of Alice is speaking. Guilt can die, but you cannot kill curiosity. Butterflies emerge from the darkness along with a garden. The scene pans out to have the two Alices sitting at a table, having a tea party. They come to an understanding with one another. The shadow side asks if more darkness awaits them, to which Alice responds, then we'll face that too. Together, we're no strangers to it. The darkness and shadows begin to leave Wonderland, returning to its prior lush
This is
state.
so dope.
Shadow asks, do we persist, overcome and learn, and help those who also suffer? Or do we choose to inflict and pass that same darkness onto others? To which Alice responds, let's find out. They link hands and the two become one. Alice finishes her tea as we snap back to reality. We find ourselves back in Ratcliffe's home with Alice cornering Ratcliffe. She's waving her Vorpal blade around in one hand, Ratcliffe's little black book in the other. He must pay for his actions. Ratcliffe asks Angela, a young girl marked with the number 13, to shut the door. Ratcliffe slams Alice's toy rabbit down the desk in front of him. He tells Alice to reconsider her actions. He's but a simple businessman. This trafficking of children has been beyond lucrative. He's taken care of her family's estate until she's ready, but he tells her she's insane, unfit for such responsibility. That estate will never be hers. He pulls a gun on Alice, deciding it's time to deal with her once and for all. He asks Alice for any final words. Unflinching, Alice asks, "You've all looked at what's in my mind for so long. I wonder, what's in yours?" Alice, in full control of her darkness, knocks Ratcliffe to the ground, turning his gun into a butterfly. She asks Ratcliffe how his demons are, and that they should visit them together. The final level finds Alice within Ratcliffe's Otherland. The idea of Otherlands, of Alice entering the mind of others, is something the two short films in Alice Otherlands explored. Descending into a spiraling vortex, we see memories
Let's
of
see if we
his
can find
demons
those
fly by.
videos. Shall we
Manifestations
after
of
this?
greed, envy, and wrath chew away at Ratcliffe as they fall further into Ratcliffe's Otherland. Alice would fight his inner demons like blind justice as enemies. This section would end off with fighting the core of Ratcliffe, the Mask of Greed. Upon defeating the core of Ratcliffe, his darkness eats him alive. Alice leaves his Otherland, leaving him to be consumed by his own demons. Returning to reality, Ratcliffe is frothing at the mouth, now gone mad. His glasses fall to the ground, which Alice crushes beneath her boot. Probably as satisfying as crushing the executioner under her boot in Madness Returns.
Oh, yeah.
Police arrive. They found the evidence from Ratcliffe's little black book matches up. They take him away, with one officer saying some time at Rutledge Asylum would do him well as he screams. Walking through Radcliffe's house, Alice comes across a picture of Angela, the young girl who was in the room earlier with Alice and Radcliffe. Alice hears someone humming a tune familiar to her, one she has heard back in Wonderland. Alice comes across Angela, clutching Alice's rabbit doll, humming the tune as policemen console her.
Oh, and
Angela
she's
has no
number
place to go.
13.
Alice asks Angela where she would like to go and suggests asking Rabbit. After talking with Rabbit, Angela responds with, "He thinks we should follow you now." They hold hands as the scene ends and credits roll. But we're not quite done.
Yep,
There's
we're
more
not
after the
done.
credits. Alice, in a dress similar to one her mother wore, walks through the gates of an estate in the English countryside. On the plaque to the gate reads, "Liddell's Home for Wayward Children." She's
Aw.
putting the estate of hers that Radcliffe tried to wrestle away from her to good use. She's sworn by the children, happy to see her. They're happy, well-fed, content. Angela, clutching onto Rabbit, asks Alice if there will be time for a tea party, to which Alice responds, "Always." In her excitement, Angela drops Rabbit as the two walk away. After a time, Rabbit blinks, gets up, and runs after them. There's a short description of Alice's outfit here in the design Bible, the
Stunning.
headmaster dress, for further closure. We leave Alice Liddell complete and
Stunning.
happy. Overcoming all obstacles in her way, Alice dons a dress similar to her mother's and proudly guides those who cannot yet protect themselves. Simply wonderful. I couldn't put it any better myself. But, hold up, we're still
So
not
many
done.
new fits.
On that note
Yes,
of those who
I have a
cannot
new
yet
fit.
protect
I'm
themselves,
Alice.
it's not clear if the following is a secret ending that requires meeting certain criteria to unlock, or if the player gets regardless. The scene opens on an English manor in a dark and stormy
Day
night.
2.
Inside is a wealthy lord devouring his dinner. He calls to a boy named Edward for more wine, but Edward never answers. Heading to his room in a fury, we find that Edward isn't alone. Inside the room with him are inhabitants of Wonderland and Alice herself. She's holding Radcliffe's little black book. She asks the man if he's the proud owner of number 124. She crosses a line off the page, one of many others. Alice tells the man that it's time for him to look at his true self from within. Alice, in total control of her shadow self, enters the man's mind as shadowy tendrils enter his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. He's getting the same treatment that Radcliffe did. As the scene fades out, we hear the young boy Edward laughing as he sings, dances, and plays with his new friends. The description for Alice's outfit here,
Oh,
the
that's
eclipse dress,
stunning!
gives more context. Alice is in full control of her darkness, a balance of light and dark, completing a harmonious balance of self. Now in pursuit of those who would hurt others, Alice rarely positions herself between the abuser and the abused. And with that, at long last, Alice Asylum ends. So, that's quite the journey Alice goes through, is it not? Full of twists and turns,
That
sense of
is
payoff,
sick.
boatload of catharsis with a fairy tale ending. Well, to an extent. Alice will always carry that loss with her, but she's able to live with it and accept it. She's protecting those who are not yet able to protect themselves and seeking justice against the wicked. There were a few key plot moments I want to revisit here to give some more thoughts on. Starting with the main conflicting force, Alice and her shadow self. As seen in a flashback in the second level, a young Alice, the child self, splits from the shadow early on in Rutledge Asylum. The child self of Alice finds herself in the circus, the shadow the dominant personality, the one we've played in the first 2 games. So
That
are we
makes
playing as a
sense.
different Alice in Asylum? Well, somewhat. We're playing as the child self, but it's not like this is a whole other Alice. They are one and the same, 2 halves that form a whole. A part
That's
locked up until the time is
amazing.
right. And depending on execution, this could take away from some of the impact of the first 2 games. That notion and revelation we've played as Shadow Alice as the dominant personality in those 2 titles. I don't foresee that becoming an issue, but it is a possibility. It was clear to me reading through the design Bible what was going on with her shadow and child self. Add in the interactive elements of a video game, I'm sure it would be clear as day.
Oh,
And
yeah.
looking at the track record of the prior 2 games, I don't see it being a major sticking point, but still it's something to make note of. Another scene I want to bring up again was getting a flashback of Bumby's childhood past, the abusive childhood he suffered from under his father. Design Bible mentions it provides an explanation, but not an excuse, for the existence of Bumby's evil. Now this is one of those situations where you walk a delicate line. The writing needs to be on point, if not, it can come across a bit as forced, in poor taste, or hacky. Bringing up Bloober Team again, their game The Medium had a perfect example of this. Diving into a heinous character's past of their childhood came across as a bit forced and in poor taste. Sometimes it's far better to leave it open-ended for the player to wonder their backstory. Would it be better off for the player to learn Bumby's past or leave it up to the player? Relieving their past can add more context and enhance the story's themes, but could also take away from it. It all depends on the execution. Again, I'll give Alice Asylum the benefit of the doubt here, looking at how well the past 2 games handles its dark themes and subject matter. It tackles themes that most games shy away from, and for good reason. Another area I want to touch on is Alice and the battle for her soul, the battle against her shadow self. That if she kills Radcliffe, the shadow and chaos will consume her and all is lost. This does evoke one of those age-old tropes of, if you kill them, you'll be as bad as them. One that can be infuriating if handled by poor writing, or could come out of nowhere at the story's conclusion.
Yeah.
I don't see this being an issue for Alice Asylum, but one I want to note. After all, the game would establish these stakes early on. What the consequences will be should Alice go through with killing Radcliffe, what it means for her shadow self. Besides, it's not like Radcliffe gets off scot-free. In fact, death would be too kind for him with his involvement of the trafficking of children. Here he gets a fate worse than death for what Alice shows him within his mind. Much more fitting punishment. A potential main issue that popped to mind while reading through the design Bible was the pacing of the ending. What happens from about the shadow consuming Alice and onward? Yes, it's very much a well-earned victory lap with plenty of catharsis. But if the pacing was
I love
off,
all
it
of
could
these
result in what I like
dresses.
to call Return of the King film ending syndrome, where it seemed like things were going to wrap up, only for it to continue several times over. Then again, I think these final levels are far shorter than earlier game stretches, but with the pacing issues that Madness Returns suffered from, I do have some concern this could be a possibility for Alice Asylum. I also had some interesting images pop in my mind while reading through the ending stretch and the design Bible as a whole. All this talk about light and darkness and shadows and chaos, it brought a certain series to mind.
Forget it. There's no way you're taking Harry's heart.
As I brought up earlier, it's not clear in the fight against Alice's guilt manifest, where she fights Bumby with Lizzie, if Lizzie would be helping her or watching. It brought to mind the ending of Kingdom Hearts 2 with Sora and Riku flying all over the place during the final boss. That said, it could be very much a hell yeah kind of moment if Lizzie joined in on that fight. And one final note is on Alice herself. She's now like some unstoppable force with untold powers, having the ability to enter the other lands, the mind of others. That during the day, she's this kind headmaster of the Liddell's Home for Wayward Children, guiding those that cannot yet protect themselves. But at night, she's working her way through Radcliffe's little black book,
I love
Vigilante
that.
of the Night. Those taking part in heinous crimes, she enters their other lands, showing them their inner demons, which is kind of awesome. But I could see it also being a bit too much. It's a bit
Nope.
unclear in the
It's
design
not a bit
Bible
too
for
much, it's
Vigilante
perfect.
That is a secret ending that requires certain criteria to unlock. It makes for a nice little addition to dedicated players, but I could see it taking away from the default ending it was part of. Again, it's that Return of the King film ending syndrome popping up. On the note of canon, this ending does call into question the canon of the Otherland short films, where Alice works at the Royal Opera House after the events of Madness Returns. I don't think she needs to work there after the events of Alice Asylum. After all, she's running a home for wayward youth and doling out vengeance at night, and she's in possession of her family's estate. But in conclusion, Alice Asylum wraps
I'll
up the
find those
series in a
videos so we can
satisfying
watch
manner.
them.
The journey of Alice coming to terms with all she's been through.
Becoming a
dealing with her
guardian
shadow
this
self,
can
the returning
no,
faces she
it
comes
really
across
does. Like,
along the
I feel
way,
like that's
the
definitely
setups,
something
the
she
payoffs,
would
the growth
do.
of her character, the cathartic nature of the ending stretch of what she overcomes. If the execution was up to par, this game would have been a slam dunk on the narrative front. It's clear as day working through the design Bible how much love, care, and heart they put into Asylum, which of course makes EA's decision an utter heartbreaker.
This unmitigated disaster is your doing, yet it will get worse.
The design Bible that you see here, labeled as version 1.0, released in February of 2023. After its release, American McGee and his team resumed talks with EA. With the design Bible and a production plan in hand, they laid out a budget, a schedule, team, and design plan for Alice Asylum. Spicy Horse, the studio founded by American that developed Madness Returns, closed in 2016. The game design, narrative, and art direction was done under another company American formed, Mysterious Studios. For a potential game development partner, Virtuos expressed strong interest as a collaborative partner. Virtuos is a company that specializes as an external developer in working with other studios. Recent works include the Oblivion remaster and the upcoming Snake Eater remake. They were looking to have either EA fund the project or license out the IP. In April of 2023, American announced EA passed on the project, both for funding and licensing out the IP. For funding, they, quote, have ultimately decided to pass on the project based on an internal analysis of the IP, market conditions, and details of the production proposal. On the licensing end, Alice is an important part of EA's overall game catalog, and selling or licensing isn't something they're prepared to do right now. With all options exhausted, American decided to retire from game development. So let's take a look at these reasonings EA gave. First, on the refusal of funding Alice Asylum. When they decided to pass on the project based on an internal analysis of the IP, market conditions, and details of the production proposal. While the series has a devoted audience, it's never done huge sales numbers. First game has sold around 1.5 million copies. I couldn't find any concrete numbers for Madness Returns, but it sold little at launch. That said, it's one of those long-tail games that continues to sell over the years. Still, this is EA we're talking about. They love their live services and their microtransactions. Their live services and other segment accounted for around 73% of the company's revenue in 2024. The other 27% falling under the
I don't think EA knows how much money I would spend
That would include
for
elements like
Alice
subscriptions
Asylum.
and microtransactions. EA made around $1 billion in revenue on microtransactions in the fourth quarter of 2019. I couldn't find more concrete numbers for more recent years, but no doubt it's only grown. The design bible for Alice Asylum brings up
So
the possibility
pretty.
for DLC, new levels,
Yeah, they
cosmetic
were,
content
huh?
like more outfits. But this would still be a drop in the ocean of what kind of EA generates with their ultimate team modes and their sports games. Where all you need is a small number of whales to generate a bulk of the revenue. That said, EA still has single-player experiences that do well for them, like the Star Wars Jedi titles. To be fair, that's the Star Wars brand we're talking about. Despite how great of a job Disney has done in torpedoing Star Wars as a brand over the last decade, it still brings in money. The Star Wars Jedi titles have exceeded sales expectations for EA. So it's not like EA won't do single-player experiences, but they would want to see high sales numbers that the past two titles didn't quite hit for the series. On the details of the production proposal, they were asking for around a development budget of $50 million.
I feel like if they did that,
Far
it'd be
larger
great.
budget compared to Madness
You know, and
Returns, which is only $9
I
million.
would
One of
be
the many
honored
possible sticking
to
points
play
for
the
passing
remastered
project.
games
Still, that's
and
but a
then full
fraction
send
for
on
what
3.
EA
I would
spent
so
on
do
other
it. I would
games.
do it.
BioWare's recent titles
Instant.
had
I'd do it in a
budgets well
heartbeat.
over
Are you
$100 million
kidding me?
going through multiple reboots. I'm still surprised they haven't shut down BioWare yet. It's rumored that Battlefield 6 has already cost over $400 million to make, and EA is looking for 100
I would so do it.
million players.
I would
Yes,
I would
100
so
million.
play.
always
I
have
would
to wonder if one of the
advertise.
decision
I'd
makers
I'd
at EA
do
were
concerts
reading
at
through
this
the
point, you
design
know.
Bible and came across the
I would
poor
so
wreck of
promote.
The Mask of Greed, and that they saw a reflection of themselves. So that covers the funding element from EA's side of things. What about the licensing side of the equation? American did have interested investors outside of EA beyond crowdfunding that expressed interest if they could make an arrangement with EA. But EA refused, saying that Alice is an important part of EA's overall game catalog, and selling or licensing isn't something they're prepared to do right now. This one is far more puzzling. It's not like they've been doing anything with it. American
Yes,
mentioned one possible reason
exactly.
is that EA didn't want to look stupid if they decided not to get behind the project and it became a big success.
No,
One
EA
of the other
is
reasons that
stupid.
seemed probable was factoring in the
Mad.
TV show. There's a TV adaptation of American McGee's Alice in the works, announced in 2022 with David Hayter attached as the showrunner. Yes, that's Solid Snake David Hayter. So if the show did well, there could be merit to EA holding on to the IP to capitalize on it, but there's been not a peep about it since.
Yeah, I
According
was
to
like,
American
I haven't
McGee,
heard
it's
anything
because
about
the
a
is
show.
dead. He still pops up here and there on places like Reddit to give insights into Alice. Asylum and
Imagine
the
Tim
series.
Burton
While I can't verify it,
joined
American
in with
mentioned
American
being on
McGee
calls
to
when the
make
producers
like
said the
a
pitch
show.
meetings failed. There's been no cancellation announcement as they're trying to save face. He mentioned that the last guy they brought in to pitch wanted to have some time travel involved and set in modern day London. Whether this is David Hayter or someone else, it's not clear. I mean, another TV or movie adaptation of a game that misses the point of the original work? Shocking, I know. Who would have thought?
No,
Again,
I would
can't
love
verify
to
these
see
statements from
an
American, but
original
considering there's been
based
not
on
a
that.
peep since its announcement, I'll give the benefit of the
Both.
doubt here. There's
Both.
also a bit of a
I would love to see a
misconception of the IP
hybrid.
rights due
You
to
know,
the
like
name
when
of the
she's
first
in
game.
Wonderland,
American mentions he gets
it's like a
asked on the regular why
twisted,
EA doesn't
animated
give him
live
back
action
the IP.
kind of
Thing is,
feel.
he's never
And then when
owned
she's
the
like
IP.
in
There's
the
always an IP
in the
of
real
EA.
world,
They
it's
call it
like
American McGee's Alice for
full on
trademark
just
purposes.
live
It was
action.
something
You know what I
American
mean?
himself was
I
against,
think that'd be
feeling it took away from the
great
team's work. Further
stop
adding to the
motion would
confusion
be
is that
sick.
the work of Alice in Wonderland is in the public domain. But this version of Alice, its characters, its story, is its own IP. It's EA's IP and always has been. They can do what they want with it. If they want to sit on it, that's their call. I wish they would take a page out of Square Enix's book and sell off some of their IPs, or license them out at the very least. It's not like they're really doing anything with it. Let
Yeah,
someone else take on the risk of
seriously.
moving forward with it. But again, as Americans said, you may have decided to hold on to it in case it would become a big
Yes,
success.
yes.
And EA will look
I
bad
think
for
that'd
not
be
backing it.
great.
But whatever the reasons being, it's not happening. American disbanded the team and he's retired from game development. After a few months
No.
of radio silence, American McGee released a video on his YouTube channel in the fall of 2023 giving more thoughts on Alice Asylum. He brings up a point in the video that, while controversial, there is a way for fans to experience the game beyond the design bible. With the rapid progress of AI, it could soon be possible to take that design bible, feed it into AI, and have it spit out a game. But of course, there's always another option he didn't bring up in the video. If dedicated fans wanted to, they could take the design Bible and bring it to life with a fan-made project. It's all laid out for a group to take a crack at should they wish. And some fans are taking things into their own hands with Alice Asylum. Now, while writing this, I debated how much to bring up about it. When you work on a fan game, you're in a bit of a tricky spot. You want to bring awareness to it. It'd be tough to keep that motivation going without support. But of course, you have to be ready for the IP holders to drop a cease and desist. Voley said it best in his video on fan games.
If you or someone you know is working on a really cool fan game, shut the fuck up about it!
I agree.
American himself is aware of the fan project, is neutral on it, not wanting to get involved. So to the team out there, tread lightly.
I need to find it.
I do wish
I need to find it and I need to support.
For those waiting, don't expect anything anytime soon, if at all. The creation of a fan game is always a delicate balance.
I may be 30 and then they're finally gonna be like, maybe.
Not too much attention until the time's right.
Hey.
Regardless of
Thank
what
you for
comes
the
of that,
follow.
we'll always have the design Bible, an incredible work that lays out for what they had in mind for Alice Asylum. And had they been able to execute on it, what we would have had is something special and a great send-off to the series. But as is, you can look through it and fill in the blanks for yourselves. How would exploration feel, the combat? How would these cutscenes play out on the screen as opposed to the page? Reading through the design Bible did bring back memories of reading game magazines, when they were the primary source of information for games, where you had a description of the game and some screenshots. You had to fill in the blanks yourselves with how it would play, how it would appear on a screen until you got it. Cancel games are such a fascinating thing. Title you look forward to, only for it to never see the light of day. The reasons for cancellation can vary. The studio restarted from scratch, they ditched the project altogether, the studio closed down, and it leaves a lingering of what could have been had it made it to release. Which makes Alice Asylum such a fascinating example of a cancelled game. A crowdfunded design Bible iterated over many years.
The art is amazing, isn't
They
it?
weren't able to make something work with EA to turn.
We will be showing the whole thing in once this video's over, and I'm so excited.
And while we do have it laid out here before us on the pages, it's a shame it won't make it to the screen. At least one with American McGee and his team at the helm with a large budget backing it. Thanks for watching. Leave a like and your thoughts in the comments below, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already, and do consider checking out the channel Discord. Once again, a big thank you.
Okay. That was awesome. So now we're gonna look at the design Bible. Okay, I'm gonna actually go into is there like a presentation mode? How am I? Oh wait, I know. I have an idea. There we go. This is the design Bible, okay, you guys? Oh my gosh, can we just, I love the art so much. All of the people who worked on all of the art is absolutely amazing. They're literally insane. All right, let's actually, I think 80% is good. Okay. We're going to scroll to page 2. Okay. Everything obviously was subject to change. So the story so far, so we have Alice Bounds Returns, and then Alice Asylum, the little lock symbol, because we will never see it. It looks amazing, doesn't it? And going in, you know, it talks about the series. American McGee Alice was established in 2000, and Madness Return was 2011. So it makes sense that they wanted the production to come out in like 2023. Like, why didn't we get it? Because EA sucks. Going on, the art is amazing. The art is just stunning. I love that she's holding a snail. It's a snail, and that's amazing. So these are all the credits. American McGee was obviously the developer. We have all these people who helped with the concept artist. Oh my gosh, amazing. We also have the Patreon, which I will be subscribing to. And I will find a way to see updates. I will, because I love this. Okay, I'm gonna actually move myself a bit so we can see what we're looking at together. Okay, I'm gonna make myself a little smaller. Is that better? I think so. Okay. I don't know why I switched into a British accent, but now we're here. So, hello. Kidding. But so we have the introduction, the pitch, game design fundamentals, narrative gameplay, and extra content and gallery. Okay. we're gonna be sharing this. I will actually put this link to I will put the PDF in Discord if I can for you guys if you're interested. Oh my, can we just look at how stunning the Cheshire Cat is? Like, look how cute. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is the introduction page. We're just gonna be mostly looking at the art. I would love an art piece like this. I tried making myself one and it just wasn't working. I would love to find the artist who did this one specifically so I can get them to do an art piece of me like this because this is amazing. So this is the pitch. This is I guess what they first showed. Right, wouldn't that be sick? Amazing. So yeah, these are the questions. Okay, so we have combat going on. So we have the game itself. It's the third game. It's developed for PC and consoles using Unreal 5 engine. Okay, so they were going to use the Unreal 5 engine, okay? It's a narrative driven, which I love. Okay, it retain a cult following among millions of fans worldwide. It's true. It's true. I'm a fan, and I hope after this, some of you are fans and interested in watching me play. Eventually, it's a single player experience. It's a 3D world exploration. It has linear progression. This is amazing. And okay, so these are all what it was gonna be available on. So we have Xbox, PlayStations. It was gonna be available for the PS5, and we are never gonna see it. It was gonna be available on the Switch. It was gonna be available for PC. Like, come on. And the story. Okay, I can read the story for you guys. Right? Wouldn't it be sick? Oh my gosh. Not the Switch, dude. They had it available. They were like, we could do it. We could. I don't know how. I wouldn't be able to play it on the Switch. So the protagonist starts with 13-year-old Alice. Okay. Sorry, I yawned because I'm so excited. Okay, and then so the ward of the state, the prisoner Rutledge Asylum, Alice escapes the fantasy world of Wonderland. Okay, so we've been there. So she's been diagnosed, and so the narrative is built around the stages of PTSD. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That makes sense why it like splits in the sense, because okay, I get that. The narrative, okay, I like how they have like a little bit of everything going on here. The loop theme is horror. I love that. I love that. And I love these little guys. I love this denture looking thing. This is, I think, the stopwatch. Yes, makes more sense. The length, I could see again how like 15 and 20 hours is long for someone, but like if it's just to dive in more into the lore and get more behind it, I'm down for it being that long, honest and personally, 30% is exploration, 20% is combat. Okay, so a good 60% in total is combat narrative and spiritual challenges, and 10% puzzles. It would be a bit longer. I feel like with all of that they're trying to add into just the third one, I feel like it would be a really long game. Which honestly is fine. So the puzzle outlines, okay. Whoa, you see this transition? So like this is without chaos. A little bit of chaos and full chaos taking over. That's insane. Okay, the initial art direction. This is what I'm really interested. We believe the tech decision in engine experimentation will decide the right balance of art style and final art decision in game. Notes on art decisions. Okay, so they're gonna be changed and stuff. Yes. Yes, I know what you're saying. I agree. Wow, look at all these works. I love the work. It's the right balance and blend of the above factor is a good initial merit for visual art direction. Okay, I see that. Oh, okay, so this is what they were saying about the circus part. Okay. I see. So the stylized and slightly off proportions, the high level of texture detail, but geometry stylized, simplified, or slightly warped end sections. The mechanical automation movement is inherently creepy. Okay, so they were going towards very horror-esque, very toony, yeah. They did want to make it more horror, I think, than the first two, like blending more, which I think is great. Is there planned weather changing system related to the game? Oh, okay. So during each gate, you get a different type of weather. So once you reach gate 5, you're in just nighttime, complete darkness, and my model froze a bit. Okay, we're good. We need DLC planned. Yes, there is DLC planned. The outfits. Okay, so like, can I tell you guys my goal? Like my dream right now? My dream is to get back into sewing. I used to hand sew everything. I would like to have a sewing machine so I can make more things. I could hand sew, but like I'd get tired. But my goal is to at least make I would love to have all of Alice's outfits, like from all of the games, like her DLC outfits and etc. and props. I think it'd be amazing to have them. Call me obsessed, I don't care. I like it. It's a flamingo. Anyways, mechanics and game design. Okay, okay, here we go. We're getting into outfits. Outfits are amazing. Okay, okay, so this is her. This is the new outfit, and I love that each game has a different necklace for her or like a pendant. And they're all symbols of something. Like these symbols have changed from the first one. Yeah, these are different. The necklace is a sun now, which I find so interesting. And I'm obsessed with this bunny one. Can we just acknowledge how cute this rabbit one is? Like, I would love to make these outfits. Are you kidding me? Okay, look at these facial structures. I love this. I love the breakdown of the concept art. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the follow! Thank you so much! You found me on TikTok and wanted to check me out on Twitch? Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. My model froze again. Stop freezing, please. Ah, sorry, my model froze. It does that. It's because I have weird lighting right now, and I need to work on that. My model is freaking frozen. It'll catch up. Yeah, it'll catch up eventually. Her expressions bringing to life. I'm downloading Twitch so I can watch you play. Yay! Your model got shy when it is what happened. Yeah, I get really shy, so I freeze up, you guys. It freezes, you know, I can't help that. The expressions bringing Alice to life. I love that. I love the expressions that we're giving. Rage. It's just funny because there's like no movement in the hair, so it's just like rawr. I love that. But this is amazing. I love the details that they went into. Okay, okay, these are the movements and actions they were gonna have set in there. Yes, it is. This is actually their very, very sad, wrong thing, wrong, I keep pressing the wrong button. Very sad, loss of the Alice Asylum, the third one, that we will never get. I hope one day. I hope one day EA's like, yes, we were wrong. We should actually have this available. Can we work, please, model? Sorry, I'm throwing my model around because it's not working. Give me 1 second. Oh, okay. Is there gonna be a new fit each day? No. Well, maybe. No, there isn't gonna be a new fit each day. This is just on theme of what we were talking about, and since I love it so much, I thought it was only appropriate to have a model. But let me reload my model because my model's freaking out real quick. Let me fix it. Let me restart. I vaguely playing one of them on the Xbox. You probably played the Madness Returns because the very first one, the American McGee's, was only PC based if I remember correctly. Big stretch. Sorry, I'm stretching it out. Stretching it out. Stretching it out. Why isn't it working? Hold up. I don't know why my thing isn't working. Yeah, my memories. Yeah, I was a kid when I first played them too, and then I have them both now, and I want to play them again for everyone, but I figured I should like introduce everyone to it. I don't know why my model's acting stupid, so we're just whatever. We're gonna be frozen here. My model's gonna be just frozen like this, I guess. We're just gonna deal with it, and we're just gonna continue on until it decides to unfreeze. Okay, so we have all of this now. We have advanced movements. Okay, so sneaking, hiding. Oh, that's so cool. Climbing. Okay, wow, there was gonna be a lot of different things that we were doing. Diving, floating, wading. Wow. Okay, swimming. Okay, so there was gonna be a lot more that we didn't get to see. I wasn't even sentient until I started college. But yeah, there's so much. Sounds like it might have been an open world. It really isn't. That's the funniest thing. The way they designed this one isn't open world, but they wanted you to be able to explore and do more with it, but not too much. Like it's still along the story. So like 30% of the gameplay was like exploration. Okay, heavy damage, attack. Okay, we have so much going. Oh, thank you, Burr, for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, sorry, my model's taking its time to catch up with me. Movement of death. Yeah, this is where she becomes, I think, what the heck? Okay, so let's see. Death and fast respawn states design notes intent. Okay, so depending on Alice cause of death, Alice immediately death. Okay, okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. I just wish my model wasn't acting like a goofball right now, but thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, okay, so oh, and they were gonna have difficulty levels. That's amazing. I think I would start. I think for the purpose of thank you, Geek, for the follow. Yes, I can show the full model. Hold on. Are you working now? Oh, my model's been possessed. Give it a moment. She's tweaking out. Very technical difficulties. Oh my gosh. I'm not even talking. Okay, we're back. Okay, here we go. This is the full body model for today. I'm very Alicey out, you know? Watching on Twitch is so much better. It is. I recommend. I recommend. If you're on TikTok, watch me on Twitch. I recommend it, honestly. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, this is my model version of Alice to cosplay, you know. I do have like I yes, very Alice indeed. Yes, yes. I did my best with what I could, you know. I would like to do a full cosplay IRL like for you guys for a stream and stuff while I play the actual game. So instead of my model freezing, I can just be in cosplay for you guys while I play. But I need the outfit to do that. I caught my eye when I was doing scrolling. I wanted to give my sprite. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. I'm glad. Oh my gosh. Stop freezing. Hi, Mom. Huh? Thank you. Ooh. Yummy. Thanks, Mom. I have been brought food. No, seriously. My mom is a Swedish. She knows I forget to eat. She's like, I need you to make sure you're eating. And I'm like, okay, I forget. Oh, so she got me, I broccoli, I have dumplings, tomatoes, cucumber, and a mozzarella stick as a snack. I'm gonna eat. Hot. Uh, my mouth. No, it's hot. It's fresh. But yeah. So this is me as Alice. But I would love to actually like cosplay for you guys. And when I play the games, because I do have them, I would love to actually like cosplay for you guys. No, it's not. But it's my spin on it. I couldn't find an apron, so I had to make something pretty over here because she has an apron, but I didn't know what else to do. Yes, eat. Make sure you eat too. Don't forget to eat like me. It's like she knew my stomach was rumbling. That's so funny because like I didn't even tell her anything. She just walked it. I love that. Ethos. Game design. I love this. I would love to cosplay again for you guys. I miss cosplaying. It's bulking season, so all I've been doing is eating. I love that. Good for you. But my goal, I was telling Geeky that my goal is to make Alice's like all of her costumes and have them as my wardrobe. Because I love all of her costume designs. Not gonna lie, I'm obsessed with them. And I would love to own them and have like her weapons and stuff mounted on my wall, like for decoration and stuff. I think it'd be really nice, really fun. I miss cosplaying, and Alice is definitely a character that I am really obsessed with, and like I don't know, I've been since I was a kid, you know, and I don't know why, like particularly this Alice, you know. Yes, I'm obsessed, and I don't really understand why, but I am, you know, and I'm gonna embrace it, you know. I'm gonna embrace it whenever I can. But yeah, I can't really describe why I'm obsessed, but I have been since I was a kid. So I don't know. Maybe I'm a little cuckoo. No, it's a great story, you know, especially for like a kid. Like I grew up like watching horror movies, you know, the Grim Tales. Like I read the Grim Tales and then I watched Disney. You know, like I was a mix between like the cuteness, the soft side, and then like the dark, spooky psychological horror side, you know. Here's how I am with this character and she's gorgeous. I love that. See, yes. But like so like I don't know, and like I've had this poster of like Alice, like the original, like when the American Bee came out. Like I had that poster and I was so drawn to it. It's the cat too. The Cheshire Cat's adorable. Ooh, I love this. I love the what they were gonna do with the health bar. Do you see how the face changes? Oh my god, and then we're gonna have a weapons wheel. That's amazing. I love the weapons wheel. Okay, this is actually gonna help me so much when making weapons. I think watching Goosebumps way back in the day was made me love horror so much. I loved watching Goosebumps, and I even read like the books and stuff, like the short stories. Hi, hi, Void. How are you? The GTA weapon wheel. Oh, no, seriously. This is amazing. I have all the Goosebumps books. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. I had to get rid of mine, sadly, but I did have all of them at one point, but I had to get rid of them. Okay, I like the modern concept too. That one's really cute. Yeah, I get that. I think one of my favorite Goosebumps stories was what, Say Cheese and Die, the one with the camera. I think that one was like one of my favorites. No, he was. He was. Slappy was an asshole. Core combat loop foundation. Okay, so these were going to be the core combats: observing strategy, exploit weakness, evade and defend, rage attack, replenish. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, cool. These are going to tell you what they do. Okay, okay. Replenish is to collect health, ammunition, and pickups. Okay. Ranged attack is attack enemies from afar. Obviously, that makes sense. Invade and defend, dodge, parry, block, and reposition. Exploit weakness is hit enemy weak spot. Okay, okay, so like it'll show you where their weak spot is. That's dope. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. How is school, Void? Observing strategy. Yeah, that's good. Ooh, this has enemy behaviors and pattern attacks. Okay, so the design notes of enemies, the swarms, range melee. Wow. They literally had so much they had everything figured out. This game would have been so tough. It probably would have, but you know what? I'd be so down for it. Ignore my model lagging, please. Ignore me randomly freezing. I'm just so excited. I'm getting shy. But oh my gosh. Okay, let's see. I love the Inferno concept, like of her being like chaos Inferno. I love that. And I love that they're bringing back Hysteria. So I love that they're using Inferno as a reward for good combat and Hysteria as like a no, this is not the cursed model. We still need 7 subs to unlock the cursed model. The cursed model is actually just gonna probably be like a funny little thing I have. Um, yeah. Yes, so like so Inferno is a power boost, whereas Hysteria is when you're on your last health. It's like your final battle cry resource so you don't like fully die and stuff. Yeah, see, and I love that they implement all of the ruins and stuff. So like her first ruin was not on here for some reason. But oh, these symbols were on there. It was Mars and Jupiter were on her outfits. Then it was Sagittarius, and then it was now it's gonna be the sun, which I can't wait to like. I love seeing that. Someone needs to make a fan game, and I will back them 100%. In all honesty, or EA needs to let us have it. Mm-hmm. So it says like here each ruin changes her ability and what it does, and maybe an outfit change depending. So look, like this ruin is lithium, gives her freaking wings. Jupiter helps with corrosion. That is dope. So yeah, these don't change her dresses, but they amplify what she does. So this one's iron and less damage, and it ricochet chance. What? Saturn's lead, statue of death. Okay, so she'd have different. Wow. I'm a Sagittarius, so this looks dope as fuck. So you have to defeat this enemy, and then you'd get archery. Archery? Are you a kid? That is crazy. Okay, then we have Taurus. Yeah, okay, so it gives her strength. Yeah, enhances, yep. Brawler. Okay, wow. The sun. Okay, this is what we're gonna be focusing on. Healing. That's where the fire is. It's the light. Okay, I see. I see. Alchemy dress. Okay, so yeah, they were gonna change her a lot for certain things. The moon. Yes, this is about American McGee Alice. This is actually their lost game that will not be ever made unless EA decides to finally say yes. But this is the third game, but we're just reading through it. It's the design Bible. Right? Oh my gosh, if they did, I have Dead by Daylight. If they added Alice in there, I would literally cry. I'd be so happy. Oh yeah, I agree. Hi. Welcome in. How are you doing? Asteria? Is that how you say it? Sorry, I'm eating. So, welcome in. Mm. Oh my gosh. In Gemini, you can make a clone to help attack. That is dope. Rage mode. Wow. Oh my god. Look at how stunning this art is. Oh my gosh. Oh, thanks, Kevin. You do? Awesome. Hi, twin. Hi, hi. I'm glad. I haven't seen anyone else with the same model yet. I haven't, so I'm glad to meet ya. I'm gonna give you a follow. I follow you now. You have been followed. Yeah, this is actually just my Alice version. I have the other version where it's like customized more cuz I got Bathy to make me clothing and stuff, so she made me like custom texture edits to make it more me. But this one's just for today's stream. Gameplay begins, darkness, shadows, clock. Ooh, okay. Yeah. Um if you go on Twitter, Bathy does custom texture edits for the models to make it more customizable to your design. She's amazing. She did mine perfectly. Like I couldn't ask for more, honestly. The slumber. So this is the nightmare that we're talking about, that I was talking about in the last video. Yes, check her out. No worries. No, do you guys want to see my original model? Okay, hold on. I'll show you my original model. Give me a second. Work with me. All right. This is my original model. Yes, I did too. I did. I bought that one too. Um, but this is with the texture edits. Isn't she amazing? Yes, this is the texture edits. Hi, this is a full body. I didn't get shoes because I didn't feel like it was necessary. My model froze. I got too excited. You guys made me nervous. Chat says a Wooga in unison. I love that. Just give me a minute. I will adjust in a second. There we go. There we go. Yes. Okay. Hi. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you should have been here during the spider guessing on my spoida. Like who's spider? It was impossible to look respectively. I don't have a card. I don't know how to make one, and I don't know anyone who will make me one for free. So I don't have a card. Every time I try to bring my model up and it crashes, I feel that. You made yours? How? I tried and it sucks. It looks dumb when I make mine. I don't do it anymore because it looks stupid. Good heavens. But yeah. Hi, Gear. There's a bunch of free templates. Okay, maybe I just did it wrong. I'll have to check it out. So we have Cake. I love the caterpillar's design, honestly. And then we have Alice in the blade still. This is where she meets her shadowy self. Yeah, and well, no, this is where she gets the Volt blade. Hi. It is me. What about me? Oh my gosh, look at this dress. Okay, so like I said, my goal is to make all of these dresses, you guys. Like, I want to make these. A glass isn't enough, right? I know. Don't worry, I have my jug near me. For what? For what? For what? Hmm? But I want to make this outfit. I want to make all of the outfits. I want to make these outfits so badly. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on my throne funding so I can get the fabrics I need and start making the costumes and stuff. I think we're going to start with I will pull up the outfits from the first, not the first game because I don't think there's that many outfits in the first game. The second game, Madness Returns, because there's a lot of DLC outfits. So I will be making those. It's amazing. And I love all the artwork. I love the rabbit. I love all of this. Look, this is going to be the circus, you guys. This is the circus that she's trapped in. Like, how amazing. Okay, so they literally, like, the swan boat, the moon, clouds everywhere, the dolls. It's amazing. And I love that they add, like, blurps of talking, too. This is with the psychic, I'm assuming, like, opening up your third eye kind of thing going on. Oh, look at that outfit. Oh my goodness. You have the infinity sign heart. I love the bow. These are very makeable too. Like, I could make these. I just need the stuff to make them. But I could do it. Thank you so much, Ghost Rider, for the follow. Look at this. Okay, so this is a house trapped in flames. Okay, this is where her family is. They're like near the fire. These are, I love, okay, yeah, we've seen these. Her running through the halls, trying to get out. She's back in the asylum, losing her absolute marbles. Back in the circus. Wow. Okay, so this is when we go into more of the Hysteria special state. So this is more about Hysteria. Hysteria is, like I said, her kind of last resort when it comes to combat and stuff. It only appears when you're on your last life, and that's her, like, it kicks off with a scream and just rage engulfs. And that was from Alice Madness Returns. Then we got Tweedledee and Tweedledum. And apparently she has a circus outfit? No. Oh, I will so be making this. Look at this circus outfit. Oh my god, do you see that skull in the back, the clip? Oh, these are stunning. Pennywise inspired. Circus baby. Oh my, and you get a full glimpse of the Hysteria outfit. How many outfits do I need to make? My closet will be filled and I'll be the happiest. Look at all these blades. So, like, these weapons I would also be making. I think I could make this one out of cardboard with some, like, foam and stuff. I could probably make it an actual Jack-in-the-Box. You followed my YouTube. Thank you so much. Thank you. You can also check me out on Twitch. It's just Angelichan, no underscore, because I'm silly. The hysteria form is amazing. Can we just acknowledge? Look at that. Thank you. I'm gonna follow you back once I'm done. You're so sweet. These are amazing. Oh my gosh. Okay. Then we got some moons going on. I love her iconic dress, though, not gonna lie. But her steampunk outfit. Thank you so much, Hysteria, for the follow. Hello. Thank you. Thank you for following on Twitch, too. Chapter summary. The moon. Yeah, okay. We got some bugs now. Let's see. We're going into the Queen's domain now. So these are the card guards. Let me move to the side a bit. There we go. I love the concept of this dress. We haven't seen the full concept yet, but I think we'll be getting to it. Look at these. The cards will tell. This is a massive book, by the way, you guys. There are 207 pages. Just letting you know, and we're on page 56. Everything froze. Okay. We're good. It's the dress I was talking about. Look at it. But what is this page? This is page 58. Aww. Thank you. I hope you have fun doing whatever it is you're doing. You're a VTuber as well? Awesome. I'll check you out later. Bye-bye. No, the outfits are stunning. What I loved about Madness Returns, like the second game, was that the outfits were just the person who designed the DLC outfits knew what they were doing, in all honesty. I'm just obsessed with all of these art pieces. Like, look at the Inferno. Inferno is stunning. See this butterfly with the skull and like the... All of it is just amazing. Oh, thank you so much for the head pats. Oh, hold on. Let me switch to Alice. It makes more sense. Let me switch back into my Alice model. Okay. Let me get back in my corner. Okay. Thank you so much for the head pats. Not peak design. No, seriously. They did honestly amazing. And then look at this. I love this piece. I love this art. I love the concept of this art piece. Oh my gosh. This is amazing. So this is how I would break down this outfit. I would simply have a white dress. I would make the white dress. Got me wanting to do designs for every game I play. I love customizing my model into the design of certain games that I'm playing. Like I have one for Fallout, I have one for 7 Days. You know, I love doing that. But oh my gosh. Okay, so what I would do for this, in all honesty, is what I would make it the base of it just the plain white side. Then I dye half of it the black, and then I'd go in with white paint again, like the fabric paint, going over each thing. I would hand do. Same on this side. And then the red trims I would either sew in or paint myself. I would probably actually sew it with red velvet to make it look like the trim. That's probably what I would do. And then the bow itself would be red velvet with the bow. I think that's exactly how I would do it. And then I'd paint the details up here. Yeah. And then the buttons would be red buttons. I'd find like those red buttons. They wouldn't actually button anything up, but I'd make it like that. That's how I would do it. And then we have her in the asylum. Poor thing. She's been through a lot. The kitty. Yeah, she's just in a world of men. thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. We are now 6 away from a cursed model. I can't wait. I can't wait. My goodness. So yeah, these are the sketches, the concept arts for it. I love the artist who worked on every piece. It's like their art style is so unique, so amazing. What are you reading? I'm reading yep, one step closer to the 500 goal, aren't we? But yeah, and then this is Croquette Forever. So she's stuck playing croquet. I would love to make this croquet mallet, honestly. I feel like I have so many ideas of how I would do it, and I'd make it really lightweight, so I'd probably be using a base of foam. Yeah, I'd use a foam base for the head. For the stick, I'd probably use a PVC pipe with molding clay right here to make the handle look prettier. And I'd probably airbrush paint, or I just hand paint it myself, you know? Maybe some carving. You can make it very lightweight, or I can find a 3D model mold and I can do that. But that seems like a little too quick for my taste. I love the chaos. I love how tentacles represent chaos. It's amazing. Look at this. Look at this castle. This castle reminds me of the chapel I visited in England and Yorkshire. It looks like exactly the same. You know, it's funny because this is Victorian London. So, like, I love that. It's like, it's very gothic, very cathedral-like, very English. Like, is what I'm seeing. And it makes sense because of the timeline and the area it's supposed to be in. So, I get it. These are dope. He's dope looking. Do you see this guy? He's dope looking. The executioner has made his return. Pigs. I love the dress. Yeah, she's fighting the executioner. And I love that her weapon is a horse chess piece head on a stick. Yeah, and then these are the concept for the guys, for the card guards. This is amazing. This is all so stunning. Okay, yeah, and then this is movement attack notes. This is on the scrapper. Guessing that's someone that completes the pieces. Oh yeah, so this is when she confronts her, like she talks to her younger self, and then her younger self gets stabbed by the darkness and becomes the darkness, and then becomes the child of fire. So this is, I think the child in fire really embodies what Alice would think happened to her if she was sat there and engulfed by the flames. Like, it's sadness, it's terror, it's feeling trapped, you know, and it's you know, I see that and it's like, wow. The throne room. Look at this queen. Look at, wow. Look at that dress. Wow. Oh my gosh, the queen has shifted. Her boobs are uneven. It happens. I love this dude. He's creepy looking, but I love him. I don't know what he is. He's cute though. He's the knave, right? Yeah. The knave is so cute. Oh my gosh. But I love that. She like, I love the black cat that's just everywhere sometimes. He's just there. I love the art style. Who's the artist and can I hire them? Oh, you're baptized. Yeah, see what I was talking about, the very cathedral like. And like, you wait, hold on. Oh my gosh. Look. The panels. Okay, because like I love looking at hidden details, and the hidden details is that this is Alice's house on fire. And then this is, I don't know, it looks like Alice in the chaos because you see the tentacles around. And then this is the rabbit dying. And then these are like the Queen of Hearts, the King or something, and then like the symbols, diamonds. That's dope. Oh, look at the kitty. Okay. Sorry, I love looking at details like that when I'm like looking through books like this. Okay, the queen was a fake. She was a fraud. A phony. Not real. Okay, and then the knave again with the darkness. Look at the darkness approaching. Okay, yeah, the cards again. I love all of this art piece. Look at this outfit. Oh, this is the Taurus outfit. Oh, okay. With the kitty. I love the Cheshire Cat. Can we look at the Cheshire Cat? Look at him. I would so have him as a pet. Are you kidding me? The pleasant conversations I would be having with this cat. The sit down chatter with this cat would be amazing. Look at him. Can I save this? I'm gonna save this later. This is amazing. I love this. This is what I wanted the Crypt Kitties to look like, something like this. I just don't know how to draw like this, but I'm gonna practice. We're gonna learn because I want to make you guys spooky cute. Oh, see, this is the outfit. This is the outfit. Okay. Wow, this is pretty. Oh, and there's the weapons too. Ooh. I would love that. I'd be honored. Oh my gosh. Yes, I love making emotes. That one's sick, right? I love making emotes. I'd be honored to make you your emotes. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Okay, okay. So we see a lot of mechanics going on here. Is it the Mad Hatter? Oh, the Mad Hatter. He looks human. Like fully. That's weird. Cause he's not, but that's dope though. You play Warframe? I love Warframe! I love playing Warframe. And no, this is not D&D. This is actually a game bible of Alice Asylum. It's the lost game that we will probably never have. Of American McGee Alice. But to honor it and to introduce people to it, I love Warframe. Are you kidding me? You play Warframe all the time? Dude, I drew myself as Lotus. Hold on. Hold up. Hold on. I drew myself as Lotus. Hold up. Let me pull it up. I drew myself cosplaying Lotus, okay? Oh my gosh. This was just like an iPad art piece too. It wasn't like me even like doing my full shading. But this is me as Lotus. Thank you. Yeah, this was my own my cosplay is Lotus. Yee. Thank you, thank you. No, I love Warframe. Are you kidding me? I'm obsessed. I love drawing. Me too, me too. That looks sick. Thank you. No, the Warframe art and lore is stunning. You have not played Warframe? I feel like you should. I feel like everyone should play Warframe at least once. Oh my gosh. But yeah, so we're just going through the design bible. I'm showing them all the outfits I would make, which is all of them. Who are we kidding? Yeah, and then we're going back into the asylum. Was that a migraine picture? Mirage. Sorry, my migraine. I can't read. Oh, I also do want to draw me cosplayed as Wisp because I do like Wisp a lot. And I named my community Little Wisp, and not after Wisp from Warframe, but I love how that worked out. Yes, Wisp. Thank you. Thank you. Wisp is my main. I have Wisp Prime now, and I'm so happy. I have Wisp. I have Ureli Prime. I think those are my only. Oh, and I have Titania Prime too. Rhino was your first prime? Me too, she's my main. I love that. My gosh. I have every Warframe now. I don't. I'm very I'm actually picky with my Warframes, but now I'm collecting them now. Obviously to like boost up my levels and stuff. So, yes, I like Warframe. Cora Prime was my first. I think Cora Prime is Cassie, my mod's prime. I think that's the one that she has, or Gara, one of the two. I forgot which one it is. Oh, bye, Kiki. Have fun. I'm gonna be ending here soon, anyways. We're almost at the 4-hour mark for today, so we're doing pretty good on time. Savagoth. I forgot how to pronounce that one's name. Gas, Whisperall Primes. I have nice. I'm looking for Savagoth. Parts. I think I made it already. I'm Zaku. Okay. There we go. Thank you. We're back in the slumber, Minds of Memory. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to find more outfits to make from here because I would love to make more of the outfits in here. I love that it shows like when she's given the Wonderland versus like the reality of what it is. That's valid. You have some parts? Awesome. I think I'm missing a few. I'll have to check. But I love that you can see the duality between like England, like the reality of it. It's like it's dark. It's not a good place to be, but Wonderland, you know what I mean? Like safe for them. And they have dang Soma Prime weapon and Prime. Ooh. Oh, and I caved and I got Octavia. Not Octavia, Araxia. That's the one. I will add you there. I will. I'll have to remember that. I'm gonna write it down. Let me get a piece of paper. I can write it down. I'm eating. Sorry. I'm all like stuffing my face here. My pen's not working. Okay, I fixed it. Oh boy, what did I do? No! That outfit is stunning. Okay, wait, I wasn't there. Okay, we're going down here. I love how pretty this is. But you know, I'm gonna make this. There's 2 versions. I might make both. Like I said, I'm gonna start funding for myself, you guys, because I would love to make these and like wear them for you guys. I love the art so much. You can also add me too. I can hop on maybe later tonight. Actually, I might play something. I don't know. I might play some Minecraft or Warframe. I'm not sure yet what I'm gonna play, but my username's the same. It's just a Jelly Chan. I try to make it as simple as possible for people to find me places. Go play Warframe. Have fun. Nice. I'm at mastery rank, I think 9 or 10 now. I'm not sure. I don't know where I am yet. Maybe I'm more than that. I don't know. It's been a while since I played. I was on vacation, then I came back, and then I haven't touched it since. The grind is so real. It really is. It's so real. All of this is crazy. Okay. Yeah, okay, so when she goes back to London, everyone's corrupted with madness, which is insane. She finds the book of all the children. I'm gonna make this dress. I have the hiccups now. The poor children. I love that she loves her little rabbit no matter what. And like no, my profile picture is actually made by Sleepy Leslie. She I got it because it's for my birthday. I wanted to get myself some art. I usually make my own art, but I wanted to spoil myself this year and like buy art. So I bought art and I'm really happy. She did amazing, and I will be showing the full picture on my birthday, which is the 19th. So everyone will get to see it like fully, not just like the mini glimpses that I show. And I'm really excited about that. And she also made me and my boyfriend's Halloween art that she's currently working on, and she just sent me an update, and I'm so excited. Thank you so much. Yes, I love doing my own art, but I felt like spoiling myself a bit this year. I felt like I deserved it, so I actually commissioned a lot more this year than I usually do, that's for sure. Usually I like force myself to like stay up at like 3 in the morning to draw myself stuff, but I was like, no, I deserve this. I deserve a break and I deserve to be spoiled, so I spoiled myself and I got art. But now I have like I'm re-energized and I miss doing commissions and I'm ready for people to want art. And I actually have like mini sales going on for people who want horror pieces, because I've been diving lately into more horror-esque art styles, kind of like these actually. Um kind of giving off semi-realism but not really mixed with like my anime style. So I give sales for those ones because they're test styles. So since it's a test style, I don't feel like too confident charging like really high for those yet. So they're really on sale. Really? Oh my gosh, I love I haven't made that much horror art, but I've been wanting to. And I have like I've been making 2D models for people, and like I'm using this customizable model as like kind of like a placeholder. This is why it's like my 1.5 until my 2.0 is ready, which I'm making right now. Let me see if I actually have an example of my 2.0 so I can show you guys the work that I've been putting in, kind of the art style that I go towards making my models now. I would love more female examples of my newest style. I have more male examples now than I do my female ones because I have more male clients. Oh yeah, no, I totally get that. Yeah, I try not to be too overpriced with my things, and I try my best not to be, and I'm really good with working with people's budgets because I understand the struggle of how expensive a model can be. I do payment plans, and I don't really have a cap on payment plans. Like your payment can take a whole year if needed, even more honestly. Yeah, I don't do rigging, but I do the art. But I do know a few riggers that are usually okay with like their pricing and stuff, but it just depends. The person who rigs mine, she's such a sweetheart. She's amazing, and I can't wait to send her my file. My file's still in progress because there's a lot going on with it. But let me actually pull up let me save image. I would love to. Oh my gosh, I would actually love to. If you'd like, you can join my Discord and then add me as a friend, and we can totally chat over that if you want. Oh my, are you kidding me? I love different body types. I'm actually really curvy myself. Um I did draw my model slightly like more accurate to my body shape. But I did obviously add some more like enhancements, kind of curving myself where I ideally want to be in the future, because I am on a journey to like get in better shape. But yeah, no, tiny isn't it. But this is my my design, my official 2.0. Still in the works. Still in the works. But you know, she's good. I'm really happy with it. This is the main outfit. So as you can see, the texture model artist did amazing following the textures I wanted. But there's definitely elements in my 2.0 that is just more me. Especially, let me zoom in. We got the eyes. The facial features are definitely more different than a traditional like anime style model. I added more horror elements that are in different toggles and stuff. I'm really excited about it, and I can't wait to show everyone next year, because that's the estimate I have. Yes, yes. I love giving models body types depending on the personality that they give me itself, you know, like having a generic skinny type is like, I'm gonna be honest, it's unrealistic in all honesty. You know what I mean? I love seeing the various body types because not everyone has the same body type, you know, and I love showing that off. And I would love more opportunities to have to show that off. Like for example, I have one client that I'm doing like this like slim buff kind of fit one, and then another one I'm doing full on Tim Burton like Victor Corpse Bride body style. You know what I mean? Like very thin, very tall, very lengthy. And then I have another one that's like a medium height, slim build, you know? I love Corpse Bride. Are you kidding me? Corpse Bride is one of my favorites. Oh my god, you're literally just like me. Say, why am I'm following you right now? Because why not? Because I thought I already did, but I guess I did that on TikTok and not here. Oh my gosh, I am a Tim Burton lover. We love Tim Burton here. Oh my gosh, do you see this outfit? Ooh. Okay, so how I would do this is just be the simple blue dress with the puff sleeves, and all of this armor-esque style would definitely be done with foam, you know, and painted foams. Like I would definitely have like probably silver spray paint, to make it more metallic like, maybe some depth with an airbrush to give it that detail. But this would definitely be done with foam. That way it's light and it's not as heavy, and you can still wear the dress just for fun and then add the armor as accessories. So like this would probably be like two separate pieces with a corseted silver skirt belt part. Yeah. It would be interesting, but I'd be down for it. Right? No, these are amazing. I love the concept arts. Again, look at these. Look at the concept art. Look at the faces. I love this. Oh, and then we get to see Alice's mom. Oh, Alice's mother. Look at her. The true queen. The Omega symbol is giving me God of War flashbacks. Yeah, I feel that. I used to cosplay back in school, but I haven't in so many years. Me too. That's why I want to get back into it. That's why I really, really want the costume this year, because I would love to get back into cosplaying for you guys. Like hardcore. I miss it. I miss it so much. I only like cosplay for the Ren Fair now, and like even then it's scarce. But like, oh, and we get to see her dad again. Oh, I know if this game ever came to life, I would be sobbing. Tears falling nonstop. Oh yeah, we have the shadow. I don't know how I would make this dress, but I think it'd be a lot of shredded fabric on the bottom. Yeah. I think I'd use a lot of shredded fabric. Like maybe get one whole piece of fabric and like cut it into different pieces and layer it again. Emo Alice, yeah. Yeah. Amazing. Look at this spooky girl. Just a spooky girl in a spooky world, living a spooky life. I love that for her. Look at this. Wow. This the art is amazing. It's creepy, it's eerie. The poor rabbit. You know, but like, the art is stunning. Yep. Stunning art. Oh, see, I would make this. I would probably have to PVC pipe it, molding clay, some foam over here. This one would probably all be I'd probably have to 3D print this one. If not 3D printing, I'd probably have to do a lot of foam or clay to make this one. Could do paper mache, but I don't know how well that would work. Her accepting herself. I love this dress. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's her sister. That's her sister's dress. Oh my gosh, it's so pretty. Yep, this is Alice's appearance. This is it. Wow. Wow. That is so pretty. Wow, 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 wow. Amazing. Yep. Yep, the light accepting the darkness and becoming one. You know, as she's accepting yourself, you know, she accepts it. It's amazing. Yep. It's so funny because Angela looks like and reminds me so much of Alice from Disney. Like Disney's Alice. Like, so I have a theory. Like, this theory isn't even like a part of American McGee or Alice from Disney. Like, this is my own, like, what my brain likes to do. I think this Alice herself, okay, Alice, American McGee Alice, took in Angela, see Angela right here, okay, and raised her, right? Obviously, because she raised her as part of one of the orphans in the orphanage. I like this dress. This is the asylum look. I like that. Like, see, look at how much of Alice from Disney she looks. What I think is this Alice, like OG Alice, told Angela like stories, only the good stories of Wonderland, you know, the mystical wonders, the happiness, the brightness, and she took it, and that was like her story, and she shared it. So she became like her own little Alice, you know, but in like the happy Wonderland in Disney, you know, weird stuff, but that's like what I like to correlate it to, you know, because I just, you know, so like I think Disney was like, obviously, like, none of that is like timeline wise makes sense, but to my brain what I like to think is that in Disney's Alice, her sister is actually Alice and she's not Alice, she's Angela. Just fun facts in my brain, you know, random nonsense that goes on through my head. Because look at this, I need to rewatch the films. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, but this is definitely giving me Disney Alice, and then this one's giving me Disney Alice's sister. But I definitely feel like this is Alice and this is Angela, but they got it wrong. Yes, that's yep, that's essentially the movie. Look at her. Look at her and tell me that isn't 1 second. Look at them. Can I, is this okay? Look at them. Okay. Look at them. And then look at them. Look at them. Oh, and look at them. Coincidence? I think not. Look. Look at the area, the greenery. Look. And then look. I think my theory is correct. Even though they probably don't correlate at all. But look. I love this dress. I really love this dress. I think it suits Alice so much. Look at Alice all grown. And then she's, yes. Yes, you show them. Love this look. I love this look. The end. Amazing, right? And then we have like some extra content with the galleries. Yep, we have more. Oh, no way. Oh, I will be listening to these later. That is amazing. Load, please. It's loading. I don't know why it's not loading, but let me... Okay. Okay. It's gonna take a minute. Ah! Oh my gosh. Okay. I'll be listening to all those later, honestly. Look at all this amazing art. I love the art, honestly. The art is amazing. Man, I need to find these artists. I'm sure they're linked in the Patreon, so I'll have to look at it for sure. Wow. Oh my gosh, these are so cool. The tarot card versions. Oh, that's a greenhouse. Oh my gosh. The Cheshire Cat's so cute. Oh yeah, the stained glass. Okay. Yeah, see, these are the stained glasses that I was talking about. Okay, okay. Wow. Oh, see, I would love to make art like this. Does it say who did the art? I think I just copied who did the artwork. Hold on. Nope. Can I zoom in more? Alex Crowley. Alex Crowley did the art. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna look him up. But I'm gonna type him here real quick so I can save that. Okay. Wow. Oh, and these are all like the badges and stuff that you get. Okay. Oh, I like this one. Are these all the same artist? We're gonna find out. I'm gonna zoom in. Top left page, top row, right page is, oh, I can't read that. Omri Koresh. Okay, hold on. Omri Koresh. Okay. Awesome. The production team. This is the... Oh, okay, yeah, these ones. No. Wow. So this is the art she does. Wow, that's ass. Literally ass. Freaks like me. I'm scared. Oh. Interesting. Dollhouse? Ooh. Oh. See, this is my type of work right here. What? What the heck? That was a nothing happened. This is dope. This is dope. Wow. Okay. And I can't find his. Hold on. Let's see. What's this? His Instagram? Instagram! Doesn't post art. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. I'm gonna be contacting him for art. I don't know if he'll reply, but I'll be contacting him later. That's for sure. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Oh my god, this is so cool. Look at her. Look at Alice protecting all of these children. Oh, stunning. Amazing. Oh, I hope you guys enjoyed this deep dive of Alice. I really hope so. This was like my first time doing a deep dive like this. I've never done one before, so I hope you guys really like it. We're gonna switch out to just chatting real quick. But I hope you guys had so much fun. I hope you guys enjoyed everything. It was so nice just getting to hang out and share my passion with you guys. I'm so glad you guys were here and enjoyed it and stuck around. Thank you so much. Honestly, I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a great day. I will be live tomorrow. I'm honestly I might dual stream again because I'm having so much fun chatting with both of you guys like at once simultaneously. It's just so fun for me. It's a whole new experience for me and I'm really enjoying it and I'm having so much fun. So you might see me both again. Yes. So tomorrow I will be doing a tier list. I will be me and my boyfriend will actually be doing a tier list together. We will be determining where you land in a zombie apocalypse. Whether or not you get bitten and you don't tell anyone or you're the one who started the apocalypse, you'll never know until we judge. I'll have that post a link so you can submit your final things. The due date was passed, but since I'm nice and I want to see if you guys have more designs for us, I will be posting that after this in my Discord. So if you want to participate, join the Discord. I will also be posting it on my story with a link so you guys can like get to it and comment on it and stuff. So yeah, I'll be on my Twitter. But yes, I can't wait. I am so excited. I will see you guys tomorrow at 12 o'clock PST in the afternoon. So 12 in the afternoon PST. That is 3 EST. Just to let you guys know. And we will be bye. Yes, bye bye. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate y'all being here and I appreciate the support. And again, thank you so much to everyone who subscribed today, who liked the stream, who shared the stream, who just watched and lurked. Thank you all so much. Thank you everyone for the follows. I greatly appreciate everyone and I will see you guys tomorrow when we see what happens to you in a zombie apocalypse. Bye.